Good evening, everyone. Welcome to City Hall on budget night. Amongst other things, it's great to have everyone here. It's always good to see a full house. We're going to call the meeting to order at 7 p.m. And if you will, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll now pass it over to Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. I will now lead us in the salute of the flag. If you'd like to join us and say the pledge along with us, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now pass it over to Councilmember Rist for ceremonial items. Ms. Alice. And crew.
Hey, let me call up Alice and the gang here. Thanks for being here. I got to put on my t-shirt first.
While he's doing that, I will say, just so we can get as many people in as possible, if you don't mind, just kind of move into the middle. Let's get proximate so we can get more people inside. I know we have overflow outside, but it'll be great to have folks in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it gives me quite an honor to be here, and I think I did this proclamation last year for the crop walk. My church has always been involved in the crop walk. I've done it so many times with my kids, so it's, pull it out here. Up here. See that? I've done this walk so many times with my kids and our church, so it's quite an honor to be here to read this proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the council. So, whereas the Durham Crop Hunger Walk will be held on March 23rd, 2025, and whereas it is the oldest fundraising walk in Durham, and whereas the Durham Crop Hunger Walk has raised more than $5.5 million for hunger relief since the inception of the walk, including the 25% over $1.4 million that has gone to hunger fighting agencies in Durham. And whereas the 2024 Durham Crop Hunger Walk was the largest walk of approximately 500 walks in the nation, and whereas we applaud the citizens of Durham for their compassion in working together to help relieve hunger both globally and locally, now therefore I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim March 23rd, 2025 as Crop Hunger Walk Day in the City of Durham, and urge all citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 17th day of March, 2025. Leonardo Williams, Mayor. Thank you so much. And now, we give folks a chance to say a few words.
Well, we just want you to come out on March 23rd to Duke Chapel. Come back up here, Annette. And to the Abele Quad. Activities start at 1:30. Step off is at 2:30. We will have Chancellor Dixon from NCCU to give greetings as well. And so this year, it is absolutely more important than ever to support these types of efforts. People are dying.
Thank you.
Very quickly, I do want to introduce two members of the committee that puts on Crop Walk.
I'm Bob Newland. I'm with Parkwood United Methodist Church and Durham Congregations in Action. I've been with the Crop Walk Committee about 30 years.
Good evening, everyone. I am Annette Reed. I am the Director of Community Engagement for Meals on Wheels Durham. We are one of the recipient organizations of the funds that are raised locally, as well as 13 others. Appreciate everyone being here. Would love to see those faces smiling on Sunday at the Crop Walk. And I've been with the steering committee going on 6 years. We need more volunteers for that as well. Thank you.
There you go. Thanks, Christina. Thanks, Bob.
Post up.
Sion James.
Hi, I'm Sion James, senior guard for the Duke men's basketball team, and I'm committed to making a difference in our community. That's why I'm supporting the Durham Crop Hunger Walk. Many families struggle to put food on the table, here in Durham and around the world, and it's going to take all of us coming together to make a difference. Come show your support at Duke Chapel, Sunday, March 23rd, for the 51st annual Durham Crop Hunger Walk. Visit durhamcropwalk.org. Thanks.
That's great. Yeah, great.
Well, I think that Ms. Alice forgot to mention something. If I'm not mistaken, Durham Crop Walk was the highest fundraiser, number one in the United States of America. Of the 500 walks, Durham is number one. Thank you all for your committed work. I enjoyed it last year. I did rupture my Achilles tendon, so I won't be walking too much, but if I can ride my bike, I'll be out there. So, but I'll see you on Sunday. All right. All right, colleagues, it's back before us, and I will pass it on down to Councilmember Cook.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to briefly say thank you to everybody for being here. We've got a really awesome array of folks who are here on different items, on the budget, on some of the zoning cases. We had a rally outside for the expansion of the HEART program. I just want to say thank you. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time because we have a lot to get through on this meeting, and I want to be respectful of y'all, but I really do appreciate people coming out and folks watching at home as well. So thank you so much for being involved, and I look forward to a good meeting tonight.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, in honor of everybody's time here, thank you all for coming. I'm going to go ahead and pass on my comments this evening so we can get moving. Thank you.
Yep, good job.
Thank you. I'll follow the pattern and just say good evening to everyone. Thank you so much for coming and look forward to y'all's comments.
Love this council.
Thank you. I did want to just take a moment and just acknowledge, again, it's Women's History Month, and I did want to just say how proud I am to be in a city that has been served by so many women and so much history across this city. I just want to call out a few names. Carolyn Lucille Denton Johnson, Betty Dorothea Harris Massenberg, Jacqueline D. Wagstaff, Marianne Black, Josephine Dobb Clements, Elaine B. Spalding, Ann Atwater, Reverend Dr. Polly Murray, and Cora Cole McFadden, just to name a few. Thank you. I will also just add that I am back from the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference, and I do want to say that it was quite depressing, but I did find a beam of hope, and just acknowledging that we as representatives across the cities, towns, and villages came together, and we have discussions, and we really try to figure out how to work together to make sure that we're covering the needs of our community, and I hope that you'll join us in doing that, and just making sure that we don't focus federally, that we do focus locally and try to solve our problems here. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, colleagues, Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk. Just a couple things real quick. First of all, happy Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving. Is that, I came out weird. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I see some green out there in the audience. I know, yeah. I am not Irish, but I love St. Patrick's Day, partly because it celebrates one ethnic group, but also it's a way that often is a celebration of all ethnic groups that have come to this country. So at a time when immigrants are being demonized, especially by our leaders at the federal level, it's great to recognize the importance of immigrants and the role they played in making this country and will continue to make in making this an amazing country. So happy St. Patrick's Day. Speaking of that, and immigrants and diversity, I also want to thank County Commissioner Chair Nida Alam for inviting several of us to come join the community iftar last week at the Zakat Foundation near Parkwood. That's the celebration where you break fast during Ramadan. You break fast, have a meal after a day-long fast, and so it was great. It was such an honor to be invited to that, along with Councilmember Caballero and the mayor, to be part of that amazing event and to be invited in to be part of the prayers that they were offering at evening prayers. So quite an amazing and inspiring event there. So thanks again to Commissioner Nida Alam for inviting us to join in that. Also joined a couple of my colleagues on Friday at the Basic Law Enforcement Training Academy graduation last Friday. So 9 new officers have now been sworn in to serve for the Durham Police Department. It's a great celebration of commitment to the city, and I'm so proud of the graduates that have gone through the class and are ready to serve the city of Durham in our police department. The last thing I'll say, thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for mentioning this Women's History Month. I was able to go on the dog walk that the Pauli Murray Center sponsored this last Saturday. Pauli Murray, in addition to all the amazing things she did as a theologian, activist, lawyer, and so forth, was also a dog lover. So it was a great chance to celebrate with dogs and celebrate the great love that Pauli Murray had, not only for people, but also for all creatures. So again, thanks to the Pauli Murray Center for sponsoring the Pauli Murray Dog Walk last Saturday. So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening to my honorable colleagues, to everyone in chamber this evening, and whatever platform you may be watching at home, and to our staff. Thank you, colleagues. You pretty much nailed, I think, most of the highlights from the week. I do also want to add my congratulations to the 9 freshly new minted officers that'll be patrolling our streets. Had a wonderful graduation, BLET 60. So if you see them out on the street, just say thank you for what you do for us and congratulate them. I also want to thank Councilmember Freeman for mentioning our trip to Washington, D.C. this past week. Several of us were in D.C. Talking to our federal delegation and other leaders in the administration about what Durham needs without sacrificing who we are. We had a full-throated conversation about what we need as a great American city without sacrificing who we are, without having to go through rebranding of ourselves. We had good conversations, but we've got some interesting days ahead, but we're Durham, right? So we're gonna be all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
Thank you all. I'll be brief. Thank you everyone for being here tonight. Happy Women's History Month, of course. And yes, we just graduated 9 officers. Really excited to have those recruits here as officers serving this community. I too was in Washington for a different reason, however. I did get a chance to see my colleagues over at NLC. I spent my time there with about 40 mayors from across the country and about 20% of the world's GDP, about 112 Fortune 500 CEOs. And we have this summit once a year to just talk about the landscape of, where we are in the state of things. I think to say that there are interesting times ahead is very appropriate. We're Durham, and I continuously say let's look inward rather than upward. But it will be very important that we work hard to find ways that we can work, whatever ways there are, we can work at the state level and the federal level as much as possible, if possible. But what we have to focus mostly on is how we work with one another here at the local level. And that's going to require some soul searching from everyone. And it's going to require some sacrifice. It's going to require, some patience. And it's going to require some grace here at the local level. It can't be zero-sum politics. Those days are done, at least for the next 4 years. So I do look forward to really standing 10 toes down for this community. I know that USAID has been cut. We're going to talk about that a little later tonight. In many areas, and other things, from immigration to refugees to the fact that folks think they can take values and put them into 3 letters and make it an attack word. So we're going to take care of one another. And I understand as many of you all know, the thing that worries me the most and keep me up at night is the gun violence in our community. With that being said, I'll be speaking on the Senate floor tomorrow against the permitless carry bill that's been rushed through the State General Assembly. Durham will be present. All right, so with that being said, we have a lot of speakers tonight. I will be shifting the agenda just a little bit. There are some cases that'll just be really quick, I think, and then we have to get through this. So I'll be making some adjustments tonight, and before I even get to the agenda item, Pickett Road, thank you for self-organizing. I got the message many times today, so thank you all for doing your thing. All right? So let's get to the priority items here. Mr. Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. The City Manager's office has no priority items this evening.
All right, Madam Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the council. The City Attorney's office has no priority items this evening.
Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. The City Clerk's office also has no priority items tonight.
Thank you all. Well, let's get through this consent agenda. All right. Item number 1, approval of City Council minutes. Item number 2, Durham City Council Appearance Commission appointments. Number 3, Durham Workers' Rights Commission appointment. Number 4, Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment. Number 5, Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority mayoral appointment. Number 6, amendment number 1 for contract number 18421 with United Minority Contractors of North Carolina Incorporated for MWBE Workforce Section 3 and Davis-Bacon Consulting Services. Item number 7, ordinance amending the bylaws of the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Number 8, opioid settlement funds request for proposals. Number 9, general obligation parks, streets, and sidewalks bonds series 2025. Number 10, 2024 Equal Business Opportunity Program, EBOP, annual report, presentation, and update. Number 11, lease of a portion of Duke Park, parcel 1, number 109272 to Durham Bicycle Cooperative. Number 12, Keep Durham Beautiful 2024 annual report. Number 13, condemnation action to obtain 1 area of fee simple and 2 easements at 400 Marine Road for the bicycle and pedestrian improvements project, Southwest 47, SW 47. Number 14, contract with Gitz Incorporated for Birchwood Park Public Art Project using equitable and green infrastructure EGI funds. Number 15, contract with CMTA of Kentucky Incorporated for enhanced commissioning services for the City of Durham Fire and Durham County Emergency Management Services, EMS Station 19 project. One moment. Number 16, condemnation action to obtain 1 area of fee simple and 2 easements at 1315 and 1401 Marine Road for bicycle and pedestrian improvements project, SW 47. Number 17, human resources consulting on-call provider list. Number 18, Durham Human Relations Commission 2024 annual report. Number 19, Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee 2024 annual report. Number 20, contract ST 335 street repairs and repaving 2025. Number 21, contract ST 336 pavement preservation 2025. Number 22, amendment number 1 to ST 329C pavement management services 2024. Number 23, contract SW 100 sidewalk repairs 2024 bond. Number 24, supplemental agreement number 4 to master agreement number 18909 with Kettleson and Associates Incorporated for feasibility study of Duke and Gregson Streets. Number 25, supplemental agreement number 4 to master agreement number 18919 with Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated for design of Horton Road multi-use path and sidewalk gaps. Tip BL 0063. Number 26, Federal Transit Administration, Section 5310, American Rescue Plan Act, Grant Project Ordinance for Dialysis Transportation. Number 27, service contract with Vanguard Utility Service Incorporated with the large meter inspection, testing, and minor repair services project. Number 28, contract amendment number 2 to professional engineering services contract number 18079 with Highfield Infrastructure Engineering, PC, for the fiscal year 21 lift station improvements project. On our GBA, general business agenda, number 33, joint resolution calling for the immediate lifting of the stop work order on foreign assistance programs and the reopening of the United States Agency for International Development. That is pulled. Number 29, public hearings. Public hearing on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and fiscal 26 through 31 capital improvement plan CIP. Number 30, zoning map change, Chin Page Road Apartments. Number 31, zoning map change, Pickett Road Apartments. Number 32, consolidated annexation, 1012 Valmet Drive. That is our agenda.
Motion to pass the consent agenda?
It's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Get some presents back.
Thank you. All right, first up, number 33. Where is it?
Was it on top or on bottom of your report? There's only one person for 33.
Well, let's see. There's only one person. Okay. There was a speaker that, I have maybe 100 cards up here, so I think I lost it.
Mr. Mayor, I have Brianna Clark Schwelm.
There she is.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. I'm delighted to be here. I am Brianna Clark Schwelm. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Global Health Alliance, and I'm here representing thousands of global health and foreign aid workers across the Triangle and across North Carolina. There are actually a handful of people in the room from my community, and I'd like to ask them to stand up. I know there are more that weren't able to join us today. Thank you for being here. I was here 10 days ago, and I spoke to you all about the economic impact on North Carolina, on the Triangle, and on Durham that we are seeing and experiencing as a result of the defunding of American foreign aid and now the closure of USAID. We have already experienced close to 500 jobs lost. We expect many more thousands in days and weeks to come. And as the 4th highest recipient of USAID funding, North Carolina will feel this deeply. Across our economy, across thousands of families, we are going to experience this in a very real way right here in our state. I talked to you last time about how this is a North Carolina problem because of the jobs, because of the families, because of the economy. Today, I want to talk to you about how this is a North Carolina problem because of the millions and billions of people around the world who are affected by this and how that affects us right here. How it's still a North Carolina problem, even when we're talking about diseases in East Africa. USAID-funded programs are good for the world, and they are good for us. Counterterrorism programs preventing the root causes of extremism and seeding goodwill toward America in many of the most volatile places on the planet. These are gone. These have been canceled overnight. The prevention, the monitoring, and the rapid response to infectious diseases all around the world, infectious diseases that are happening in communities all over the world that Americans were responding to and that we no longer are treating, that we are no longer monitoring. We're not doing anything about it anymore. I don't know about you, I remember the last pandemic, and I really don't want the next one to be Ebola. It is a painful way to die, and it is highly infectious. I don't want that in Durham. Economic development and agriculture programs, this isn't fluff. This isn't meaningless. When we invest in farmers in Central America, they are able to grow food for their families. They're able to invest in their local economies and actually stabilize entire regions. Want to talk about a migration problem? When we pull out from these communities, we are going to see those faces here in Durham. We are going to be talking about more people who need more services when they could have thrived in their homes, in their communities, and with their families. This is good for Americans. It is good for North Carolinians to invest in American foreign aid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was the only speaker that I had. At this time, I'll read the resolution into the record. I know that it stated joint resolution, but we made some adjustments to make this Durham. Resolution calling for the immediate lifting of the stop work order on foreign assistance programs and the reopening of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. Whereas U.S. foreign assistance directly benefits Americans through building alliances and partnerships that enhance national security by stabilizing regions vital to U.S. national interests, expanding markets for U.S. goods and services, and advancing prosperity here and abroad, strengthening health systems abroad to prevent infectious diseases from crossing our borders, and whereas the current administration's immoral blanket stop work order on foreign assistance funding and dismantling of the USAID has, one, ceased the life-saving work of thousands of dedicated development professionals here and around the globe, causing avoidable death and harm whose impacts will be felt for many years to come. Two, ended university-based public health collaborations that prevent infectious diseases such as Ebola from spreading to the United States. Three, jeopardize national security, economic stability, and government efficiency. And four, induces our international partners to seek other funding partners, likely U.S. competitors and adversaries, to fill this hole and displace the United States' influence. And whereas the executive order on reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid is contradictory to the spirit of the Anti-Deficiency Act and the Impoundment Control Act, because United States foreign assistance funding is congressionally appropriated on behalf of American taxpayers, including North Carolinians. And whereas North Carolina is a leader in improving the health and well-being of communities worldwide, and is the fourth largest recipient of U.S. aid funding in the nation, which has infused North Carolina's and the Durham Triangle economy with more than $1 billion annually. And whereas North Carolina institutions, including Durham-based firms, nonprofits, universities, and partner organizations play vital roles in implementing U.S. foreign assistance programs that strengthen global health security, economic development, and humanitarian aid. And whereas the Triangle area has a significant concentration of international development organizations, as evidenced by over 1,750 employees across 60 international development organizations in the Durham-Chapel Hill metro area, including nonprofits, universities, and small businesses. And whereas the shuttering of U.S. aid has forced hundreds of furloughs and layoffs at Triangle area implementing partner organizations, inhibited millions in payments owed to North Carolina-based contractors and implementing partners, and disrupted global innovation harnessed from the North Carolina-based firms in biotechnology, agriculture, healthcare, education, health security, cybersecurity, etc. And whereas the City of Durham is joining other cities and municipalities across the state in issuing resolutions in support of this cause. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Durham call on the United States Treasury to immediately pay outstanding invoices to the North Carolina organizations for services already rendered under foreign assistance contracts. Urge the North Carolina Attorney General to amend pending litigation to include the Department of State and U.S. Aid as defendants, recognize impacts on public institutions like universities, address Secretary Marco Rubio's implementation of Executive Order 14169, and stand in solidarity with affected workers and organizations demanding immediate lifting of the stop work order, congressional review of foreign assistance local economic benefits, and protection for over 1,750 Triangle area jobs tied to global development contracts, and urge all community members to make their voices heard on this critical issue by calling their respective Congress members, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to Durham's state legislative delegation, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson, Durham's congressional delegation, United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, United States Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought. This, the 17th day of March, 2025. All right, colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, before we move for its adoption, may I just first thank you for your leadership in this and leading Durham's voice and joining with fellow cities around the nation and expressing our concern in this area. This is direct economic impact here in our city. It's also an editorial in our citizenship. Certainly the arsenal of democracy has more in it than just bullets. We're the only country whose leader is referred to as the leader of the free world. There's no monarch, there's no prime minister that gets that title. It's our leader, whether they're Democrat or Republican. That's got to mean something. And if you believe anything about American exceptionalism, then American exceptionalism has got to be more than just the size of our military. It's got to be what we do for the least of these and the goodwill we spread through the wealth that we've accrued through many means over the centuries. So I just want to thank you, sir, for your leadership. I look forward to voting to place our city's imprimatur on this important resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Eric? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to the community members who brought this forward. No one really knows what to do in this moment in our nation's history. All we can do is use our best judgment to make the best decision in any given moment. And sometimes that means being quiet or staying silent. Sometimes that means speaking up and standing up and speaking out loudly and waving our arms. And I want to err on that side of things. I want us to be proud of who we are and what we believe in and help out and speak out in favor of our neighbors and those who are suffering. Obviously, we could have 20 of these right now. We could have 100 of these right now with everything all the spaghetti that the administration is throwing at the wall and seeing what can stick. But this council has shown that it's willing to speak out on international issues and has shown that it understands the connection between Durham and the local and the international with our sister cities, with the majority of us voting for the ceasefire resolution. We have shown that commitment, and we will continue to show that commitment. So I appreciate our community members stepping up and asking for us to vote on this and for bringing this forward. So thank you all for doing that.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your leadership as well. I guess at this point, I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution calling for the immediate lifting of the stop work order.
Second.
Just a moment before we actually move forward, I just want to say to the community members who brought this forward, thank you all. This is a Durham issue. This is a Durham issue, and it's one of the most un-American things that can happen when you are directly tearing apart households on this soil. And there will be things I'll be loud about like this, and there are some things I won't be as loud because I don't want to put a target on your back, specifically immigration. So we do have to be strategic in how we speak out. We have to be strategic on how we move. And this is un-American what's happening, and I'll say that on any record. But your leaders will stand with you in every way possible. Madam Clerk, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues. All right. Wow. Actually, colleagues, I am going to move to number 30. Number 30, yeah. Okay. Do I have anybody online for 30? No, okay. So I only have 3 cards here. All proponents, not sure the applicants or not. But we'll go ahead and hear the staff report for item number 30.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members, good evening. I am Peyton Burgess with the Planning Department, and I am happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Pamela Porter of TMTLA Associates for 4 parcels of land totaling 24.13 acres and located at 4808, 4902, 5000, 5002, and 5006 Chin Page Road. The current zoning is industrial park and residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 24.115. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to allow for up to 360 multifamily dwelling units. The properties are currently designated recreation and open space with general industrial on the place type map. The proposed PDR 24.115 zoning is inconsistent with the designated place type of general industrial. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map of the area zoned PDR 24.115, not within the recreation and open space designation as apartment and townhouse neighborhood. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff report. Colleagues, are there any questions, comments, technical needs? All right. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. Neil Ghosh. How much time do you think you need, Mr. Ghosh?
Maybe 8 minutes.
All right, let's put 10 minutes on the clock.
And good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. I'm Neil Ghosh, an attorney at the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street here in Durham. And I'm here tonight representing Griffith Capital LLC for this agenda item. With me tonight are my client, Warren Mitchell with Griffith, along with Pam Porter from TMTLA, who's our land planner for this infill multifamily development. As has been mentioned, the place site map designation for this site is general industrial. I'm not sure all the factors that went into that designation when the place site map was adopted, but facts on the ground have changed. One of those facts is that the large industrial buildings across the street occupied by Wolfspeed are about to be vacated completely. Wolfspeed has outgrown that facility on the north side of Chin Page Road, and it is building a massive factory in western Chatham County. It's unclear how much of Wolfspeed operation will be transferred to the new facility, but the manufacturing component definitely will. As a result, it seems pretty likely that the Wolfspeed site may remain mostly, if not entirely vacant for quite some time. It's even possible that those buildings are never occupied again in their current form. Besides that, City Council has approved at least 4 very large industrial parks in Durham with a total of more than 4 million square feet of new light industrial space. So it would seem that Durham has plenty of industrial space inventory for the foreseeable future. So the major existing industrial use in the area is going away. This site is not particularly well suited for industrial uses anyway, given its proximity to some of the environmental features. As a result, we put together a multifamily project to provide some infill development. For what it's worth, residential is not a novel idea in this corridor. There's a well-established, successful community, Edinburgh at the Park, on the corner of Chin Page and South Miami, which demonstrates multifamily works in this location. Also, the area along the north and south sides of Chin Page Road towards the Page Road intersection have experienced significant multifamily and single-family development over the past several years, and that starts about a half a mile from this location. Before I move off of the place type map, one thing I wanted to note is that we only are inconsistent with the industrial designation. You can see on the D plan that our building and parking envelope is outside of the environmentally sensitive areas on the site, which is consistent with the recreation open space place type designation. We were fortunate to receive a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, but it was not without comment. Moreover, we also felt that there were some things we could do to further strengthen the project's consistency with the comprehensive plan. So despite having received a unanimous recommendation of approval, we wanted to make some additional commitments tonight to that end. First, the Planning Commission's main commentary centered around the amount of affordable housing. We designated 3% of the units as affordable. Working with our seller, which in this case is the Goodwill Foundation, we were able to make some adjustments so that we can increase the supply of affordable housing on this project from 3% to 6%. I think that's a pretty strong commitment and certainly an improvement on the project. Next, to ensure consistency with Policy 48 regarding accessibility, we've added a commitment that all 4 or more story buildings will have elevators. I will say oddly, the agenda materials also indicate the project is inconsistent with Policy 81 regarding protection of environmentally sensitive areas and the location of open space. Even without changing anything on the D plan, I would argue we are consistent with this policy as we've located the building and parking envelope outside the recreation open space place type designations. Regardless, we also are adding a commitment that our open space will be provided in a minimum of 3 distinct areas so that it's not just a single cluster of open space. Policy 85 deals with tree coverage. We are adding commitment to bump our tree coverage up beyond the UDO requirement. Policies 101 and 108 deal with the use of native plants. We also are adding a commitment that all UDO required plants will be of a native species where it's allowed by the Durham Landscape Manual. We've already run the language for those commitments by staff, and they have reviewed them, and my understanding is they have no concerns. But finally, we also want to add a commitment to prohibit certain uses in the IP portion of the project. We would prohibit correctional facilities, golf course, hotel, motel, and extended stay residences, drive-through facilities of any kind, vehicle sales, and vehicle service. This is just to further ensure that whatever eventually goes into that space will not be a nuisance to the multifamily community. In our estimation, these additional commitments should make us consistent with about 5 more comp plan policies and also addresses the main thrust of the commentary from the Planning Commission related to affordable housing. Despite the inconsistency with the place type map, this already was a strong project when it went to Planning Commission, and I think that's evidenced by their recommendation. The new commitments further strengthen the project, and we hope to have your support tonight. Our team believes this is a strong location for apartments, a strong apartment project, and we respectfully ask for your approval. Pam and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. The other speakers I have are your resource.
Pam and Warren Mitchell. Yeah.
Right. So, all right, I don't have any other speakers. So at this time, I'll declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Are there any questions, colleagues? Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ghosh. I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is, are all of these going to be rentals? Are there going to
Yes, it's an apartment. It's a multifamily community, yep.
Okay. And then the increase in affordability, is that 6% still for 60% AMI?
Correct.
Okay.
30 years. Yep.
Okay. You didn't clarify, so I just wanted
Okay, yeah, we're just changing the 3% to 6%, but
okay.
yes.
But still, it's still at 60. And then could you tell us what the tree coverage is going to be now?
Sure, we bumped it up to 21%.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions. Thanks.
Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Ghosh, for the presentation and for the additional commitments. Really appreciate that. Just want to make sure, it's different than the commitments here in our packets. I want to make sure staff have a record of that.
They, except for the prohibition on uses from IP, we did send this language to staff actually a while ago. It just didn't make it in time to be included on the agenda packet, but staff is aware of these. They have been aware of these commitments for some time.
Thank you.
Quick question for staff, since it's a place type map change as well, And sometimes we change the place type map, and I disagree with it. Sometimes we change the place type map, and I do agree with it. I think it's appropriate. I just wanted to get you to weigh in on what your thoughts are on that, particularly around the fact that it's employment, that it's industrial, and that's typically a limited and precious kind of land use. So just want to get you to weigh in on that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Aaron Kane with the Planning Department. I think the shortest way I can answer that, and most succinctly, is that this site does score well on the industrial land study that was originally done, I believe, in 2014 and then was updated in 2020. But in this particular site, we're not overly concerned. What we have heard from the council in recent years is that there's a greater concern on housing affordability and on housing supply than there is currently on industrial land.
So staff's expertise is weighing in on this, is that this is an appropriate location to change the place type map.
We don't have we do not have a strong concern about a change in the place type map at this location.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other call? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you to the applicant for making those additional proffers based on the conversations that we had with y'all last week. It makes you much more in line with the comprehensive plan. So just appreciate it. And I think especially because of the large vacancy that will be across the street, I can see why the IL isn't as necessary. So just want to thank the applicant, and I will be voting yes for this project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural and industrial park and establishing the same as planned development residential 24.115.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And I'll also entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to make one more change. We are going to go to number 32. Consolidated Annexation 1012 Valmet Drive. Staff, are we prepared? Welcome.
Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members, good evening. I am Peyton Burgess with the Planning Department, and I am happy to be here with you tonight. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Burke Holding LLC for one parcel of land totaling 6.2 acres and located at 1012 Valmet Drive. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The intent of this annexation is to connect to water and sewer services for the development of up to 12 single-family lots. The property is currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed residential suburban 20 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the place type designation. As part of this annexation petition, the applicant is not seeking a change in the underlying zoning district. A direct translational zoning is one in which the existing county zoning is translated to the identical city zoning district upon the annexation of the property into the city limits. A translational zoning does not include a development plan, and any future development may proceed according to what the zoning would allow. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, are there any questions, comments, or technical needs? All right, at this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. Ms. Porter, how much time do you think you need?
3 minutes.
Please place 5 minutes on the clock. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and thank you for making that adjustment to agenda. I appreciate that. Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates, and thank you, Peyton, for the presentation. Just to recap, our request is simple. We're just requesting annexation of 1012 Velmet Drive into city limits. The existing zoning, which is RS20, will be the same once the parcel is annexed into the city as a direct translational zoning. And if developed in the future, this would allow for up to 12 residential units on the 6.2 acre lot. The reality is, though, it's probably going to be a handful less just with stormwater ponds and tree coverage and all the other things that we need to set aside. The place type map designation is mixed residential neighborhood, and any future residential development will fit within the surrounding character of this area of Durham, but right now there are no plans to develop. It was just simply an annexation request. As staff noted, we're consistent with the UDO, we're consistent with the comprehensive plan and the place type maps, and we did receive unanimous approval at Planning Commission on January 14th. And that is all I have. Thank you for your consideration tonight, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, colleagues. It may be a little out of order, but it's numbered. Cool. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other speakers on this, so I'll declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Are there any comments? Great. All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing 1012 Valmet Drive into the city of Durham and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Verk Holding LLC.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. I'll also entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 20 Falls Jordan District B overlay county jurisdiction and establishing the same as residential suburban 20 Falls Jordan District B overlay city jurisdiction.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, and lastly, I'll entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D 605.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. I know the next two are going to go just as quick and just as consistent. No? All right. Thank you, colleagues, for this change up. I will say, Madam Clerk, I'm going to have a little trouble understanding this, so I may need some help.
That's all Pickett Road.
This is all Pickett Road. Okay.
It's all Pickett Road.
Okay.
Do you have more cards?
All right, we're going to make one more adjustment. Planning staff. We're going to go ahead and do 31 on zoning map change Pickett Road.
Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Aaron Kane with the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Neil Ghosh of Morningstar Law Group for 5 parcels of land totaling 6.12 acres and located at 3117, 3121, 3123, and 3127 Pickett Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 36.176. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to allow up to 140 apartments. The properties are currently designated apartment and townhouse neighborhood and recreation and open space on the place type map. The PDR 36.176 zoning is generally consistent with the designated place type. This case was originally heard by City Council on February 3rd, 2025. The case was continued to today in order to provide time for the applicant and concerned residents to address concerns and reach a compromise. Additional commitments to the development plan since the February 3rd meeting include buildings with residential units will meet Energy Star multifamily new construction certification requirements. Multi-story buildings with residential units will contain at least 1 elevator. Full cutoff lighting fixtures will be used for all outdoor walkway, parking lot, canopy, and building wall mounted lighting. An easement for right-of-way along the south side of Pickett Road from the eastern edge of the site to the Sandy Creek Trail. A one-time contribution of $300,000 to the Durham Sidewalk Payment in Lieu Fund. And windows shall be treated for American Bird Conservancy material threat factor rating of no more than 30. The final 2 commitments may be amended to address recent community concerns. The applicant will address these potential changes in his opening remarks. The public hearing remains open from the February 3rd meeting, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
All right, you've heard the staff report. We have the applicant. How much time do you think you need?
5 minutes?
Ambitious. Could you put 7 minutes?
And good evening again. My name is Neil Ghosh. I'm an attorney at the Morningstar Law Group, 700 West Main Street in Durham. And I'm pleased to be back in front of you this evening to discuss Pickett Road Apartments. I'm going to try to be brief in my comments because this item was discussed at length at the previous hearing, though I recognize there are a couple council members that may not have had the benefit of that hearing. So to set the stage, I will note that we left chambers that night with an understanding that we had 2 primary things we needed to look further into in order to shore up our zoning commitments. The first dealt with bird-friendly design. And so first, I want to thank the folks at the New Hope Bird Alliance for sharing their knowledge with us on bird-friendly design. Frankly, I feel like I've learned a lot from the conversation and materials they shared. Our team studied those at length, and eventually we became comfortable with making additional commitment related to bird-friendly design. The commitment we have added says, and this is a quote, "Windows shall be treated with tape, film, UV treatment, or combinations of the same with American Bird Conservancy material threat factor rating of no more than 30. While I do think that this addresses the concern raised about glass on the building, we understand there is a concern that the commitment is maybe too limited in terms of materials allowed to meet the relevant metric. So to that end, we're open to revising that commitment to be a little more general by stating simply that the windows will meet the relevant metric. Additionally, related to bird-friendly design, we've made a commitment to use full cutoff lighting fixtures for the required outdoor site lighting. These types of fixtures direct light so that it does not spill over or trespass onto other property. Unfortunately, due to some of the UDO mandated development requirements, we're not able to make full commitment to all the dark sky best practices. Most notably, we cannot really use motion sensors or timers for parking lot lighting, as some amount of light is required at all times in all locations of the parking area pursuant to section 7.4.3 of the UDO. The second thing that we left the chambers with the understanding we need to work on was the connection between the eastern end of our project and the existing Sandy Creek Trail. On that issue, we had some conversations with Durham Academy staff and council members to try to understand the limits of what could be done here. Currently, my client's commitment is basically to dedicate or provide the right-of-way or easement necessary for the connection, and also to pay $300,000 to the city's sidewalk fee in lieu fund. It has been explained to me that the sidewalk fund acts as a general fund, and monies in it cannot be earmarked for specific projects. This is something that my clients have come to terms with, so regardless of that fact, they would be willing to provide the funds to the city with the hopes that it would go towards this connection. The good news is that a different fund has been identified as being more appropriate for the connectivity issue because, as I understand it, the funds can be earmarked and the fund is more generally related to park infrastructure. So the bones of the commitment will remain the same, but we're happy to change the recipient of the funds to the Durham Parks Foundation to be used for the Pickett Road and Sandy Creek connectivity project. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but my understanding is that others in the community have or will agree to put additional money into the fund to help get the connectivity project over the finish line. Regardless of whether that happens, I'm very pleased with the result. The continuance allowed us an opportunity to further engage with knowledgeable and well-meaning folks in the community to better address concerns that were raised. And there's no doubt that the project has been improved as a result. The agenda materials point out that we are consistent with 24 out of 25 policies with these changes, and certainly the project goes above and beyond what most other projects do. I feel like this is a project that council should be proud to support, and I hope you do that. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I also have a lot of speakers here. This is item number 31. I'm going to start with my online speakers, which are two. Greg Serino, can you hear me?
He's with the applicant team. I doubt he's...
Okay, what about Andrew Jones? Oh, resource, okay, got it.
Okay.
All right. We will move to in person. All right, first up, I have, I'm just going to call them in sets of 5. Last name Yusuf? Yusuf? Last, yeah. If you will state your name when you come up to the podium, just so I can make sure we have it on the record. After Mr. Yusuf, Dr. Bill. Dr. Bill? Yusuf. What? Okay. Nizai? Nirani? Nirani Yusuf? That's you. Okay. All right. So you're first. I'm sorry. Make sure you state it for me, okay? It wasn't the pronunciation. I couldn't see the handwriting. It's my fault. Dr. Bill Schlesinger. Yep. Gonna have to repeat that for me too. Brooks Emmanuel, Jennifer Mayer, and Jessica Birchhead. Are my first 5. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You're second. Sorry.
I'm due here.
Hi, my name is Aji Narani Yusuf, and I am a senior in high school, but more importantly, I'm a student who's passionate about the impact of gentrification in Durham. I urge you all to vote against this project. Building more apartments does not necessarily decrease houselessness or housing insecurity. A big point that was made at the last meeting for this agenda was the idea that there must be something in that area, and I think that something can be more aligned with what the community goals are, that doesn't decrease biodiversity and increase the cost of living in our beautiful city. Thank you, and I yield my time to you guys.
All right. So let me give a rundown on this. Snaps, because when you clap, it takes a long time, and we'll be here all night, because the next agenda item is a lot more than this one. So, and I extended it to 2 minutes, so a little grace here. Also, we do not yield time. So say what you say, and then when you're done, thank you for the time back for the night. We get out of here earlier rather than 2 a.m. All right.
Thank you. I'm William Schlesinger, resident at 41 Stone Ridge Road in Durham, retired as Dean of the Nicholas School of the Environment at Duke. past president of the Ecological Society of America, and a member of the National Academy of Sciences. In the matter before you, I think it's far from a not in my backyard issue. The preservation of Sandy Creek Park as a natural area benefits all of the residents of Durham who frequent it for walking, particularly dog walking, jogging, bird watching. By all accounts, the park is unique among city parks in Durham by virtue of its natural areas, wide diversity of habitats, especially wetlands. With several visits each week, my wife and I have amassed a list of over 116 species of birds in Sandy Creek over the past 10 years. We also regularly see deer, beaver, otter, coyote, raccoons, various amphibians, and fishes. This rich biodiversity gives a richness of experience for visitors from all parts of Durham and stems from the wonderful natural habitat in Sandy Creek Park, which will significantly be affected by the construction of the apartment complex and its damage to wetland habitats from pollution and changes in runoff and flooding. Tonight, you'll have the opportunity to listen to thoughtful comments from various experts on aspects of this project and the impacts of the potential zoning decision. But for one, I would urge you to vote no on this issue and preserve the habitats of Sandy Creek Park for future generations. Thank you.
Good job.
Good evening, Council. I'm Brooks Emanuel, 833 Birch Avenue. It's nice to see y'all. As the mayor alluded to last meeting, many of us didn't know each other. Now, many of us know each other better. There are a lot of us. Thank you. There are a lot of us here tonight who all care deeply about this issue for different reasons. If I could ask people to briefly and quietly stand. Thank you. I'm a co-leader of Feminist Bird Club, and so there are all these different issues involved. We've been working on this with New Hope Bird Alliance, and our particular concerns are about the environmental implications of this proposed development. Sandy Creek, as I said last time, is a biodiversity gem, a very unique place within an urban area that we and a wider community feel strongly should be protected from the impacts of development. We think it should be protected particularly for the birds. Obviously, as Bill said, there is a lot of other biodiversity there too, for which this really, but for the birds in particular, because this really is a unique haven within our city for them, and for the impact that this rich, thriving ecosystem has on people's mental health and well-being. You're going to hear tonight from others concerned about infrastructure concerns like lack of sidewalks and buses available, ecological and financial impacts of harm to the watershed, and storm threats to neighborhoods downstream. What we all agree on is that the impacts of this development will be too great for its surrounding area to handle. We are grateful you are working so hard to provide affordable housing in Durham. And we know that different land areas have different levels of ecological value, and that this should be weighed appropriately in a rezoning decision. We ask you to recognize this, deny the rezoning, and protect this unique resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Jennifer Marr. My address is on file. I'm with the New Hope Bird Alliance. Birds in North America are in alarming decline, a new study has just shown, due to habitat loss. Federal and state environmental protections are being gutted. It's up to progressive cities like Durham to protect what's left of our environment. Sandy Creek Park is by far the best #1 birding hotspot in the city of Durham. Residents from all over Durham and beyond come to see the 185 species of birds that are there, several of them under threat, migrating or nesting in the park. The proposed complex, up to 100 feet high on elevated land above the park and surrounded by impervious parking lot, is an existential threat to the park as a natural habitat. Lights that must be left on all night, as has been acknowledged, and polluted runoff are incompatible with migration, foraging, and nesting. The developers withdrawn a list of window treatments that were limited to short-term and/or processes that don't work. Studies have shown that birds don't see interior treatments and exterior treatments do not last more than 10 years. And no lower story design protection, which we brought to his attention, has been addressed. Bright lights will be left on all night. We discussed this with the developer's attorney in detail on a date he suggested, but he'd already filed his text amendments. This project is incompatible with protecting a beloved environmental gem, appreciated by a wide variety of Durham residents and visitors, and we urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jessie Burkhead, 3136 Hillendale Road. I am here tonight as a member of the Feminist Bird Club of Durham and the New Hope Bird Alliance, but I'm also a certified wildlife biologist who's been working in the state for the last 15 years on land conservation projects for both the state and nonprofit organizations. And I just want to share that those of us who are speaking up tonight from bird groups, many of us don't live near the park, and we would welcome development of affordable housing in our own neighborhoods and communities in Durham. We know that affordable housing is critical to Durham, and we are really imploring you to think about considering those developments as dense infill in town, as opposed to creating more sprawl in places like Sandy Creek. We are grateful for your attempts to continue to address housing issues. And we also really hope that you're going to recognize that Sandy Creek Park is a rare place, and we're not making places like Sandy Creek anymore. People from all over the area come to enjoy this park. Many, like me, are doing so specifically because of the birds, but others just want to get out in nature and have this rare gem of a natural space that's actually accessible for city residents. Regardless of whether they know what birds are singing, folks are enjoying what it feels like to be in nature in a rich and functioning ecosystem. That's special. We want to maintain that for all the members of our community, and we're asking you to really protect that resource and vote no on this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next five, Lisa Ramsden, Lorraine. Got it. Thank you. David Schultz, Catherine Wolf, Bridget Hogan.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Ramsden, 1607 Bivens Street. I have a degree in environmental science from UNC Wilmington and currently work with the global nonprofit Greenpeace. The current UDO requires multifamily developments to have substantial illumination all night and bright lights right up to the edge of parking lots. This multi-story development's 150-plus space parking lot is immediately adjacent to Sandy Creek floodplain and very close to Sandy Creek Park. Studies have shown that light pollution creates multiple hazards for wildlife. Plants and animals depend on natural light cycles to govern reproduction, nourishment, sleep, and protection from predators. Scientific evidence suggests that artificial light at night contributes to the decline of biodiversity worldwide, and especially to birds. 80% of birds migrate using the moon and stars for navigation. Lighting can attract night migrating birds from as far as 5 kilometers away. Birds drawn into lights often become entrapped and circle the lit area, which deplete energy stores and put them at more risk of colliding with buildings and infrastructure. Even outside of migration, nighttime lighting can cause birds to avoid habitats essential for their survival and can alter the relationships between predators and prey. Sandy Creek Park is an unparalleled wildlife habitat in the city of Durham. The harm to this habitat from lighting in a multi-story building and its parking lot right next to the park cannot be avoided. Please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Lorraine Salwa-Dean, Durham. Reject this rezoning proposal. Pickett Road between Garrett and 15501 has a mix of schools, senior living, townhomes, and single-family homes that all maintain a low profile. It's built out already. The place type map definition for apartments and townhomes specifies that development should provide sensitive transition to nearby neighborhoods, suggesting step-down heights. The proposal for a standalone 50-foot mid-rise apartment is not compatible with the existing low-profile scale, and it is unreasonable to rely on future development to provide the transition in an already built-out area. A 50-foot allowable up to 100-foot single apartment building doesn't integrate with the neighborhood. It is not harmonious with the surroundings, and it doesn't adhere to comprehensive plan's definition. A land use decision is a community decision, and we urge you to listen to resident concerns over a missing sensitive transition to the area. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Schultz. I live at 104 Academy Ridge Drive in Durham. I'm a physician, a husband, father, and concerned citizen. The place type map definition for apartments and townhomes includes the following: public transportation infrastructure, safe pedestrian and bike access to and from the site, and street parking, driveway, or structured parking designs to prioritize pedestrian access, or that development should be phased to coincide with the upgrades. This definition must be met in order to meet consistency with the place type map. There is no existing public transportation in this area. Can the city guarantee adding these units would bring us a bus stop back to this location? There are no contiguous safe sidewalks and bike paths along the roads that travel the 0.9 miles to a bus stop or 1.2 miles to a grocery store. There are sections of the road that do not have a shoulder. There are sidewalks to nowhere. Occupants of the affordable units may not have access to cars, and they will not have public transportation in a reasonable distance that they can get to safely. The infrastructure that should be present or phased to coincide with the development simply does not exist, even with the newly proposed proffers presented tonight. The city has the responsibility to consider the character of the surrounding, limit risks and harms to ensure the safety of the community, and encourage land uses that are most appropriate for the area as is, when there is no clear plan for how shortcomings will be addressed. Please reject a rezoning proposal that is not in an area that is anticipated or confirmed to be prioritized by the city for these necessary safety upgrades. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Wolf. I am a resident at 3207 Victor Avenue. I have an MD from Duke University and a PhD in injury epidemiology from UNC. And I currently work as the Director of Research Operations at HIPRIC, which is one of the 11 CDC injury centers in the United States. I'm here as a private citizen to express my concerns about road safety issues that will result from this proposed development. Rates of road fatalities have increased dramatically in recent years, reversing decades of improvement. North Carolina is especially dangerous for pedestrians. Last year, pedestrians' deaths increased in North Carolina by 28%, even as they fell across the rest of the nation by 3%. The analysis in this proposal suggests a six-fold increase in traffic on a road that's already at greater than 50% capacity, meaning there will be more than 3 times the amount of traffic the road should handle. Extra turn lanes by the development does not change the overload on the road before and after the development, and increasing congestion increases traffic collisions. This is especially concerning where there's no public transit to offset that increased congestion. And furthermore, Pickett Road matches the profile of the most dangerous types of roads in the United States, roads that account for up to half of all fatal crashes. Those with only 2 lanes, no shoulders, limited sidewalks, and in less populated areas where lighting is poor, drivers are less likely to be diligent in watching out for vulnerable road users, meaning pedestrians and bicyclists, and are more likely to speed and at higher risk for collisions of wildlife. This poor road safety profile puts drivers at increased risk and is the worst possible setup for safe pedestrian and bicycle traffic. The risk is substantial. At 35 miles an hour, the speed limit on Pickett Road, 1 in 4 pedestrians hit by a car will be killed, and that increases to 1 in 2 pedestrians hit at 40 miles per hour where people are speeding. It's reasonable to expect that there will be more vulnerable road users than an average near this development, given the presence of the nearby park, trails, the lack of public transit, and affordable housing units. Please vote no. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Bridget Hogan, and my address is on file. Keystone riparians are the highest priority parcels identified by the city for protection in each watershed. This proposal is sited between 2 Keystone properties and contains an additional riparian property. Just 18 months ago, recombination was authorized to merge about 2 acres of Keystone Riparian number 138784, which you can see on your handout, the floodway in this riparian, to merge it into the additional riparian property. In fact, number 784 is the highest scoring Keystone riparian in the whole New Hope Creek watershed. It seems the significance of this fact was not recognized in the merger associated with the project proposal. Taking portions of our most sensitive environmental resources for development is contradictory to preserving high-quality riparian areas. The city has identified the riparian lands for their protection. Approving the proposed rezoning creates conflicts in the priorities of these plans. I urge you to reject this rezoning proposal that contains high-quality riparian buffers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Laura Kiefer, Bo Newsom, Betsy Ross, Cheryl Figueroa, Susan Elenoff, Astrid Cook Dial, and Robert Scott Frawley. Welcome.
Hello, Laura Kiefer. My address is on file in Chapel Hill. The proposed project is surrounded on 3 sides by Keystone riparian parcels. The acreage they are proposing to build on itself contains a parcel previously identified as a high-quality riparian property. Disruptions to the floodplain have a significant impact on the health of riparian areas and our watersheds. Developers plan to extend sewer infrastructure through the wetlands and thus cannot commit to no disturbances of the floodplain and wetlands. This development will alter the function and impair the ability of the land to store floodwater. The project proposes to, 1, include damaging disturbances to the wetlands and floodplain. 2, change the topography of a riparian area and create a retaining wall. And 3, increase the impervious surface to 87% of the buildable land. This project will negatively impact how Sandy Creek and New Hope Creek watershed function. It will harm some of our most sensitive natural areas. I urge you to consider the context of the site in view of our greater goals and reject the premise that this project is suitable for this location. Thank you.
I'm Bo Newsom. My address is on file. New Hope Advisory Committee not only recommended against the project, but raised concern over 140 units without a proper connection to Sandy Creek Park. This will result in the future residents creating their own paths through the wetlands and cause ongoing disruption. We must consider how proper connectivity of open space and public parks is being planned for. Policy 80 seeks to protect the integrity of neighboring parklands. There's no connection available to walk or bike safely to reach the trailhead. Staff noted Policy 50 exceeds UDO, but also said they lacked direct pedestrian connection. New development should provide safe public park access and mitigate disruptions from future residents. We expect proper safeguards in place to limit the degradation of the wetlands and riparian buffers. UDO codes and the inability to require proffers fall short to limit the impacts of this proposal on our watershed. Residents believe the city should value these adopted plans and policies that stress the importance of maintaining these features. We think it's clear the negative impacts to the surrounding community and our environment are not adequately addressed. I urge you to reject this rezoning proposal.
Hi, I'm Betsy Ross. My address is on file. Sandy Creek Park is part of the New Hope Creek Corridor and home to a wetland restoration project with over 2,000 volunteer hours and $10,000 in matched grants. Over 1,000 constituents have rallied to oppose the rezoning proposal, showing how important this open space still is to the community. Sandy Creek is a protected open space. The city has an obligation to preserve and protect it. When the city reviews parcels with wetlands, streams, and floodplains for identification in the CAP, considerations include the amount of development on the land, adjacent development, and proximity to protected open space. The zoning ordinances assigned on a parcel-by-parcel basis are one way the city buffers open spaces from the impacts of development. Buffering Sandy Creek floodplains is vital for the health of the watershed. Buffering the open space is equally as important for the wildlife corridor and fragile ecosystems. Sandy Creek and the park already flood. Please see the pictures I sent on with Diane. The city should share the community's concern that adjacent impervious surface uphill will exacerbate flooding. Bob Healy of the New Hope Creek Corridor Advisory Committee has recommended against this project. Please vote no. And I do want to tell you that I had a little 11-year-old beside me over there who got nervous and left. Her name is Violet, and she really wanted to show other kids her age that if they want to speak up, they can. And I was so proud of her, but her mom said she just got too nervous and left. And so here's to Violet. Thank you.
Violet, never be too nervous to speak up.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Figuera, and my address is on file. Sandy Creek, part of New Hope Creek watershed, has been is subject to a watershed improvement plan because it flows into Jordan Lake. Durham has spent considerable amounts of money mitigating already existing water quality issues in Sandy Creek. The 2021 WIP includes $1.24 million of high-priority stream improvement projects specific to Sandy Creek. Further, the WIP contains a caveat that capital costs presented may be underestimated. We know the city is making commitments to protecting our drinking water sources, and recent meetings with the JLO Coalition support the community interest to invest in this priority. It seems unwise to accept the rezoning proposal for dense development adjacent to Sandy Creek that contains portions of sensitive riparian buffers. The proposed rezoning compromises on the adopted values for a wider community vision of clean water and air. I urge you to vote no on a rezoning that will ultimately increase the city's ongoing costs to protect our drinking water sources. Thank you.
My name is Susan Ellenoff, and my address is on file. The parcels that are within the floodplain are part of the New Hope Corridor Open Space Plan, Component 3, Part B, flagged for permanent protection. The inclusion in the Open Space Plan was not indicated in the staff zoning change report. We cannot compel the private landowners or the developers to donate or permanently protect the floodplains, but the city can ensure that the assigned land use zonings are best suited to protect these resources. Compromising the integrity of the floodplains of Sandy Creek and the protected Sandy Creek Park is not in the public interest. I urge you to consider the resources the city is investing in protecting our drinking water sources and preserving open spaces. This adopted plan recognizes the ecosystems unique to this area. It does not advance the goals of the city that recognize that protecting the floodplain from any disturbance would best preserve the watershed functions. Please reject this proposal.
Hello, my name is Astrid Cookdale, and my address is on file. I've worked closely with Emily Sutton, Hall Riverkeeper at Hall River Assembly, and Samantha Kropp, Noose Riverkeeper at Sound Rivers, who have highlighted the need for proactive measures to address preventable watershed impacts of this proposal. While dense development is beneficial for the environment, as it generates less stormwater runoff and consumes less land per home, it must be done with smart growth to protect natural areas. The way City Council handles growth will significantly impact our watershed. The watershed impacts of this development fall under two main concerns: increased impervious cover and the project's proximity to the Sandy Creek floodplain. First, increased impervious cover leads to more polluted runoff, as surfaces like roofs and parking lots prevent water from infiltrating the ground. This runoff carries pollutants into the watershed, affecting Sandy Creek, which is part of the Hall River watershed and eventually flows into Jordan Lake, where new stormwater rules will soon apply. Councilmember Rist, I believe you have been working directly with Emily Sutton on new Jordan Lake rules. Without stricter management of runoff, we risk worsening water quality in the lake. Mayor, at the February 3rd meeting, you mentioned that it's illegal for there to be more runoff from a site after development than before. In fact, the developer is only required to mitigate the runoff to ensure peak flow volume remains unchanged. Additional runoff always happens as a result of increased impervious cover. This is precisely why stormwater control measures even exist.
Hello, my name is Robert Scott Frawley, and my address is on file. My public comment will continue to address the watershed impacts of this proposal. Unfortunately, due to the project's proximity to the Sandy Creek floodplain, the required stormwater control measures are insufficient. The project's engineer even stated that they would likely meet only the minimum stormwater requirements, which will be ineffective during rain events, both backing up the stormwater filter and rendering the stormwater control measures ineffective and leading to flash flood hazards. If the developer does indeed wish to demonstrate their commitment to doing what is best for the city and helping to protect it, I propose the developer make an official proffer to incorporate green stormwater infrastructure, specifically green roofs and pervious pavement, to reduce impervious cover and mitigate runoff. Additionally, the developer should proffer to donate the 2.27 acres currently zoned as wetland and floodplain to the city. These solutions are simple and would protect our watershed while allowing responsible and necessary development. All said, however, I recognize that the City Council wishes to prioritize both environmental protection and smart, sustainable growth, and therefore I urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Elizabeth Miller, Brian Feger, Jason Elliott, Dan Ellison, Tina Bassias, and Adam Browdy. And I just need your name, just for the record. You don't have to say my address is on record or your address. That way you have a little more time. Welcome. I hope you're okay.
I am. Somebody catch me if I fall over.
All right.
Hi, Council. I'm Elizabeth Miller. So last month, the developer went on the record stating that it would take longer to construct the sidewalks on one of their parcels than to complete their building. So they reworked their parcels so they were able to extend their infrastructure through the back floodplains and offload responsibility to handle their fair share of improvements on the street frontage. The city approved the reworking recombination of the parcels, and therefore lost the ability to require infrastructure upgrades and connection to Sandy Creek Park. So the developer had made Proffer 14 for a flashing beacon and crosswalk at the Sandy Creek trailhead prior to issuance of occupancy and subject to NCDOT approval. So a crosswalk requires infrastructure on both sides of the street that does not exist, and which the developer had specifically stated last month that they will not build. In order to be approved by DOT, it needs that infrastructure on both sides. So now it's interesting this month to hear them making their new proffer where they're going to offer right-of-way on that connection to Sandy Creek so that Durham will be responsible for building that infrastructure. So City Planning accepted Proffer 14 despite Transportation noting that this has caused problems in other cases, and Transportation made it clear that the proffer has folks believing that this is possible for this crosswalk when it would never have to be built. So if Proffer 14 is still on the development plan, has the developer changed their mind and decided to install sidewalks prior to issuance of occupancy, or is this an empty proffer that was designed to make the proposal look better that was accepted by the city? So the development plan proposal and proffers are not enough to offset the safety harms that will be incurred by this community. It's clearly not in the public interest to accept the rezoning proposal in consideration this evening. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Brian Fager. I live on Waterbury, and Sandy Creek is my backyard. I would just encourage you to go visit Sandy Creek if you have not been there. I represent 40 homeowners in my neighborhood. In 2016, after Hurricane Matthew, our home was reevaluated and determined to fall within the floodplain, and we now have to pay flood insurance. I imagine our experience of initially being outside the floodplain but having it envelop us over the years is something that others encounter. We have major concerns for new developments upstream from our home. As the city has continued to grow and develop further in this area, we have seen the flood area behind our home drastically change. Water, which once drained away, has become standing water and appears as a pond and continues to spread closer to our home every year. We specifically noticed changes after residential development on Cornwallis, much further away than this project in the watershed. Heavy rainfall events have been increasing since 2015, per the North Carolina Climate Science Report. We've requested additional commitments from the builder to retain stormwater to 100 years of a flood event, but have not received a response. We recognize the city cannot require the developer to exceed the UDO requirements in order to receive developmental approval. However, we urge you to consider the broader implications of this project, its negative impacts for downstream neighbors, either in the floodplain or consequently being forced into it. As a result of new development along the floodplains compounded with climate change, please vote no to this rezoning. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am Jason Elliott. Similar to Brian, I'm a neighbor on Waterbury Drive, and we've also similarly had to get flood insurance over the past 10 years, which is something we were not expecting in the past. So I live downstream from the project and want to reinforce our community's concerns. The impacts of flooding are significant, not just damage to our homes, but I imagine others who are familiar with the hurdles to making repairs necessary once in the floodplain. A development proposal with impervious parking that envelops abutting floodplains would most certainly impact the watershed and unintentionally increase our flood risk. We will bear the financial cost of repairs, loss of property value, added insurance costs, and the mental stress and burden associated with this. We will have to bear the consequences of erosion, soil degradation, and pollution of our floodwaters as well. The city must weigh the benefit to approving the developer's request for rezoning against the impacts to the surrounding community. Experiences tell us that flood events are increasing, that protecting our watersheds from the impacts of development are necessary, and I'm here to advocate for neighbors and current landowners who would bear the brunt of this proposal. Please do not accept this development proposal, which is a gain for developers, or the prospect of meeting housing goals comes at an expense of a community who's already experienced the impacts of upstream development. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Ellison, and many of you know me for my over 40 years working on affordable housing in Durham. But you wouldn't know that I also participated in the first Earth Day, April 22nd, 1970. What are we really considering here when we look at this rezoning? A really tall building sticking out like a sore thumb with no public transportation, no sidewalk or shoulders, and is a walking, biking hazard to a bus stop over a mile away. It's adjacent and upstream to a critical watershed, wetlands, and stream that already floods and has required rehabilitation, and it will increase polluted flooding of Sandy Creek Park and downstream landowners. It conflicts with city plans that target floodplain parcels for permanent protection and with other comprehensive plan policies, and I sent you an extensive email outlining a lot of those. You have the tough job of balancing competing interests when making a decision, and I appreciate that. This proposal may provide some housing, but you must balance that against the negative impacts on our drinking water sources, our protected open spaces and habitats, and existing residents. This is not a critical site for creating an apartment building, but it is a critical site for protecting our water and our environment. To be clear, maintaining current zoning on these sites in a sensitive area will not prevent the city from achieving their growth goals. On balance, this is not in the public interest. Vote no. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Tina Bessius, and I am one of 3 speakers here for Durham Academy. Durham Academy is located directly across the street, Pickett Road, from the proposed development. I am a teacher, a sustainability coordinator, and a lifelong Durham resident. We at Durham Academy agree with what has been said about this rezoning proposal by preceding speakers. If you approve this project, however, we feel strongly that pedestrian safety measures must be implemented before occupancy. This is a matter of life and death. I see it that way with particular clarity because of an incident that happened when I was in middle school here in Durham. The older sister of one of my classmates was a new driver, and one clear morning she was driving east on Cornwallis Road as the sun rose. She was not driving fast or doing anything unusual, but she struck and killed a child walking to school. We must not create conditions along the narrowest stretch of Pickett Road where such a tragedy could befall students, neighbors, or other park visitors.
I'm Adam Browdy. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Durham Academy. As was referenced earlier, at the February 3rd City Council meeting, you charged the developer and DA to formulate a plan to ensure connectivity to the Sandy Creek Trail. Since that time, we've been disappointed by the lack of engagement from the developer. First, they rebuffed our proposal for a private infrastructure agreement that included substantial financial investment on our part, again, in the interest of safety. And then, as I understand it, they've accepted zero responsibility for completing the connectivity project, instead pushing the entire burden onto the city. That's onto you and onto all of us. For nearly 3 months, for many months now, DA is committed to being a constructive partner, willing to work towards and invest in a solution that will benefit the entire community. But given the lack of transparency on the part of the developer, who has conspired to hide the fact that they will purchase the property on which the Sandy Creek Trail lies, and just as an aside, when they mentioned the connectivity issue with the DOT, they could fix that. They're going to own that property. They could take a responsibility. Instead, all they've done is say that they give the right of way. And again, the lack of clarity on the plan put forth by Councilman Riss, whose involvement we truly appreciate, all the time and effort you put forth. Anyway, we cannot move forward at this time. Bottom line, DA supports good development, smart development, responsible development, even on this parcel of land. But we're not there yet. So before rezoning is granted, the developer should have to step up and present solutions to the problems created by their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Christine Klein, Richard Gruson, Mimi Kessler, Michelle Ferger, she already spoke. Yeah, she spoke, yeah. Ezra Nurburg. Yeah, Cameron Aho.
Hi, I'm Kristen Klein, Associate Head of School at Durham Academy. As my colleagues have shared, we cannot support the rezoning proposal because we have deep concerns about the safety of our 1,257 students and our neighbors. Concerns that have not been addressed by a clear agreement to include 2 key features: a lighted crosswalk and a path to connect Sandy Creek to the proposed development. Despite the developer's lack of collaboration thus far, we remain willing to make a financial contribution and to work together with them and the city on an agreement to include both these safety elements. Because the project should not proceed without clear solutions to these concerns, and because we have not reached a clear agreement with the parties that outlines the timing, financing, and maintenance of the crossing and the path, we request that you reject the rezoning, or at the very least, grant a continuance to give all parties time to come to a clear and binding agreement on these critical safety features prior to rezoning approval. We remain grateful for the council's consideration and for Councilman Rist's work to expand Durham's housing stock, to find a collaborative and constructive path forward, and to maximize the safe use and connectivity to Sandy Creek for our neighbors, teachers, and students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mimi Kessler. This is a location that would benefit all concerned if its property is developed as it is currently zoned for 3 reasons. I recognize that with the passage of SCAD, that it does not require any parking. However, there is insufficient parking for the number of units here and no bus transportation, dangerous for walking and biking, and the overflow is likely to go into the street, which is even more of a hazard. Second, the inevitable erosion into the wildlife habitat. Third, the destruction weighs more than a few affordable housing units proffered in spite of how much we need affordable housing. I ask that you vote no, and I promise that the 4 of you that normally vote for developments will not be struck dead if you vote no. Thank you.
My name is Ezra Norberg, and I'm 16 and a junior at Riverside High School. I'm a member of the Sunrise Club, and I stand before you today to speak about rejecting the rezoning proposal for the development near Sandy Creek. This project poses serious logistical concerns that threaten the well-being of our community and natural spaces. First and foremost, the traffic impact is dangerous and poorly assessed. Pickett Road is already a narrow, shoulderless street with a blind hill, making it unsafe for increased traffic. For this reason, it is unwise to greatly increase the traffic in the area by developing and building in this area. Furthermore, the demand for new apartments in this specific area is questionable. With only around a 50% occupancy rate in the surrounding complexes, there's no urgent need for this project. I'm not opposed to a development necessarily, but it must be responsible. A smaller, more environmentally friendly alternative could be considered and should be considered. I urge you to vote no on this rezoning and protect Sandy Creek for to be enjoyed by future generations. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Hi, City Council. My name is Cameron Aho. I'm a junior at Riverside High School. I'm here today with the Sunrise Movement. As I'm sure everyone has expressed to you, and I just want to say how awesome it is that I've gotten to hear all these wonderful points. We think there are numerous concerns about rezoning this area. We understand, though, that sometimes saving all the land is unrealistic and that Durham is a very fast-growing community. Affordable housing is an important issue that we need to pay attention to. But these current plans are not ones that are going to help that. According to current documents and buildings for the proposed area, these aren't going to satisfy our demands and really will do more to hurt the area than to really help. If we want more apartments and more affordable housing, we have better places to build them than a crucial area for our environment. As everyone has stated, this is a region that is loved by many individuals, and rezoning it would only cause problems. These are just some of the reasons that we believe that you shouldn't rezone this area. So I think that it's better for us to create better, more realistic, and helpful solutions than to jump at this opportunity. That's why I urge you to vote no for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a list of names. I see many of you have already spoken, so I just want to call the list, and if you have not, then come up. So I remember seeing David Schultz, Brianna Clark, Mike Gallagher, Daniel Ellison, Brian Fager, Laura Kiefer, Jason Elliott, Kristen Klein. Is anyone on that list that has not spoken? Please state your name at the mic.
Yes, I came to speak on the topic of the parks funding, but not the apartments.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that. So, those are all of the names that I have for Pickett Road. We made it through. And what I'll do is I'll now allow for the rebuttal, and then we'll take a break for our closed captioning. Please.
This is Neil Ghosh again, speaking on behalf of the applicant. We've heard a number of comments from folks, so there's a couple things I want to address and clear up. With respect to the lighting, look, the UDO requires what it requires. And if the UDO were changed, then maybe lights wouldn't be required to be on at all times. But just to be clear, no one ever said, and the UDO does not require very bright lights to be on in the parking lot at all times. At a minimum, they have to be, the parking lot at every point needs to be lighted to a 0.5-foot candle, and at a maximum, that's 8-foot candles. That's what the UDO requires and allows. So it is not necessarily the case that there will be very bright lights on at all times during the night. That's just not true. Someone suggested that, the council should take action to prevent sprawl. And in general, I would tend to agree with that, but I think this project does not in any way represent sprawl. It's in fact an infill development. And moreover, it's well within the urban growth boundary. I don't see how this could be characterized as sprawl when it is adjacent to an existing community. It's across the street from the school. It's down the street from a doctor's office. This is not sprawl. There was a few comments related to Keystone riparians, and I think there was a little bit of misinformation that went in there. We are not impacting floodplains or wetlands as part of this project. That's specific to the project. And the impervious area we're talking about, I believe, is about 55% of the rezoning area. Not, I think 87% was mentioned. That's just not correct, and that's verifiable. That's on the development plan. I think a lot has been said about Sandy Creek as an important environmental resource, and we agree. That's exactly why we're not touching it. We're not touching the floodplain. It is a protected area, and we would continue to protect that area. We are developing adjacent to the floodplain. For what it's worth, there already are 3 homes that are developed on the parcels where we're proposing to develop. So, we're looking at area that's already developed. This development is not going to require us to take out many, if any, trees, and there will be more impervious as a result of this development than exists today, but that's it. There also will be a lot more units. Currently, there are 3 single-family homes, and at full build-out, we're talking about potentially 140 units in a location where currently there are 3 homes. Durham has spent a lot of money on water quality. I also happen to know that Durham has spent a lot of money on housing in general, probably a lot more than has been spent on water quality. Both are important, and I think this project respects both of those things. The folks from DA have expressed their disappointment with the conversations that we've had with them and said that their proposal was rebuffed. I think it is worth mentioning the proposal that they suggested would have taken the money that my clients were willing to use towards this, and instead of giving it to the city, giving it to some sort of joint venture with DA to be used to figure out what the cost and permitting and all that of the sidewalk was. And if it was more than the amount they were willing to put in, plus the amount the developer was willing to put in, the proposal was to walk away from it. Frankly, we didn't think that was a good commitment for the city. It could end up in money being spent for no reason, with no end result at all. And as I said earlier, my client has come to terms with the idea that the money could go to the city and be used elsewhere. And in fact, that might actually be a better use of the money if it's not enough to complete the connection, there isn't enough resources to complete the connection generally, and there might be more pressing issues around the city. Regardless, they wanted to make a statement. They wanted to take a stance on their, their thought process with respect to connectivity. That remains true. I think we have found a better fund to put it in, a fund which can have that money earmarked for this connectivity project. That actually sounds like a really great result, and I would invite the folks at DA to engage in that conversation with the city and provide funding there. I can't really read the rest of my writing, so I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I am going to call us to take a 10-minute break at this moment but before I do that, I am going to declare the public hearing closed and back before the council, and then we will deliberate once we come back at 9:06.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program. Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
I came to the city to develop leadership and supervisory skills. I stayed because of the city's culture and dedication to serving residents. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city for the great insurance and retirement benefits, but I stayed for stability and vacation time. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city looking for a new challenge in my career. I stayed for the growth opportunities, work-life balance, and impact my work has on the community. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad en busca de un nuevo reto para mi carrera. Me quedé por las oportunidades de crecimiento, el balance entre la vida laboral y el personal y el impacto de mi trabajo en la comunidad. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the City of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
Let us restore order. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. I need it. All right, so, thank you. The public hearing has been executed and now closed and back before the council. I will start to my left. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. My first question is a staff question. Hey, Aaron. I actually want to hear a little bit more about what some folks brought up with the merger that happened on the property 18 months ago and the implications of that and the location of the development on the site and what impact that would have.
Sure. So what's called a recombination plat was done for two of the properties. And what they basically did was they took the previous parcel lines and they moved them around so that the largest parcel that is now a part of the rezoning application is bigger. That was done through an exempt plat process that's allowed by state law. And it's simply a, do you meet the criteria or don't you? And if you do, you are approved. And in this case, the parcels in question both met the requirements of the zoning in place at the current time. So the recombination was approved. What it means is that the parcel for which is primarily floodplain and includes the Sandy Creek Trail, has a smaller shape, a different shape, and as part of the process, the County Register of Deeds always whenever you do a recombination plat like this, they always renumber the parcels. So it can be difficult to track if you're just going by parcel ID number or what they call now a real estate identification number, or REID number. It can be difficult to track that because they get new numbers. What it also means is that the new largest parcel of the rezoning now has access to the existing sewer line and easement, so that the floodplain parcel, for lack of a better term, does not need to be accessed in order to access the sewer manhole, even though that sewer manhole is in the floodplain, but it's on the floodplain of the other parcel. Does that make sense?
No, that does not make sense.
Okay.
Can you say that again?
Sure, I can try. So, and I wish you could see the map I'm looking at right now, but so the kind of the parcel that's kind of L-shaped, right?
Yeah.
It's now REID 236561. The manhole that would be accessed in order to provide sewer to the site is in the southwest corner of that parcel. Okay. So they do not need to access the parcel now number 236562, which has the majority of the floodplain as well as the Sandy Creek Trail. They do not need to access that parcel now in order to access the sewer manhole in order to get sewer to the site.
Okay, I have two follow-up questions.
Sure.
The first is, you said that it was, the recombination was approved under the current zoning. Do we have an understanding if it would be approved if the zoning were changed as the applicant has requested?
I would think so, because the PDR doesn't, basically what you're just making sure of is that the parcels that are being created can be created in the zoning district. So they, in theory, could have applied for the zoning, and it would have been if they wanted the same shape for the zoning as it has now, they could simply apply for a split zoning of parcels and then done the recombination afterwards. I don't think there would have been any material difference doing one way or the other. It's actually cleaner to do it the way that they did it because now the zoning's being done along existing parcel lines rather than kind of split zoning and then doing the recombination of the parcels afterwards.
And then we heard a speaker talk about an impact potentially on sidewalk or road improvements that would have changed. Is there any other changes besides the sewer access that would happen with the recombination?
So if the parcel 236562, if that larger parcel to the east of the site were included in the rezoning, they would need to provide the sidewalk all the way across. They would need to provide some sort of pedestrian facility across the length of that parcel. Since it is not a part of the rezoning, they're not required to do that.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Those are all my questions. Mr. Ghosh, I have a couple questions for you.
Yes.
I actually just have one question. You touched on it briefly in your rebuttal, and I wasn't here for the February 3rd meeting. I did watch it back, and what I saw was that there was really clear directive that we were having a continuance in order to have conversation with community and with the school. And we heard that there was maybe not great communication. And in fact, one person said that y'all scheduled a meeting and that the text amendments had already been filed previous to the meeting. So can you address the community outreach that you've done since our last meeting, what that's looked like, and the timeline for it?
I could not tell you how many phone calls, emails, and meetings I've had since the continuance, but many, numerous. And I mean, more than I've had for other projects that hadn't yet gone to a hearing. I mean, quite extensive in my mind. So we were working against a couple things. We did need to meet with various community members and organizations, which we did. We also had a deadline that staff set for when we needed to get some commitments to staff so that they would end up in the agenda packet materials. So we did both of those things. After we submitted our text commitments, as we worded them, to staff so that they would be included in the agenda packet, we did in fact continue to meet with community and staff and council members about these various topics and have continuously been open to receiving more information and feedback on them, and in fact have changed those commitments as a result of the feedback. So I think it is true we sent in our commitments under the deadline so that they could get on the agenda packet. It's also true that we continue to have feedback after that we have taken seriously and have used that information to change those commitments at tonight's meeting. Both things are true.
Thank you. And just one other question. Your client that you're working for, I guess, is not usually one to build new builds. It seems like they have a history of doing renovations to existing buildings, and they're also new to Durham. Can you speak to why they are coming into Durham and why they are choosing to sort of expand their?
Oh, well, they've built new developments before. I think a lot of their projects are renovations of existing buildings. I think that's true, but they have built some new stuff before. I can't really speak to, what exactly their reasons were for coming to Durham specifically. This site, I mean, obviously it was an attractive site to them for a number of reasons, one of which is, what's around the area and how it's built. I did want to correct one thing from Mr. Kane said, as I understand it, the sewer that they're accessing at the back, that manhole is not in the floodplain. That's my understanding. But I just wanted to address that. The sewer is out the back. That is true, but it's not actually in the floodplain, or at least the manhole isn't, as I understand it. Which, again, was another reason that they were interested in the site. It has access to water and sewer.
I assume staff, did y'all heard that? Okay, y'all are gonna look into it and come back to me. Okay, great. Those are my questions for now. I think I might have some statements to make later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker.
I want to just start by sharing a few positions that I hold in general, philosophically, on development and land use cases, some of which might be a little bit unpopular in the room. First of all, I support tall buildings. I support tall buildings, including on a site like this and next to large parks within our community. I think, and the reason why I support that is because I truly believe that the future that we need and the society that we need needs to weave together a fabric of the built environment and the natural environment, and that is the future. That is the best outcomes that we can hope for in the future, is that we have development that is transit accessible, where residents have easy access and can look out the window and see nature and be close to nature. I think that's absolutely vital. I support more residents living next to parks like this. I support in new developments, parks being incorporated to those new developments. I think that's vital. My hope is that we would move our city towards one where we increase the percentage of our residents who can walk, who are within a 5-minute walk to parks. I believe that would be a good metric of success. I also want to point out that this rezoning has pretty decent offers of affordable housing. The proffers for affordable housing, some of the other proffers are not bad. We exist in neoliberal capitalism where we don't have enough resources to build affordable housing, and so we chip away, even though it is inadequate. It is completely inadequate. We could solve this problem. Society could solve this problem just by building a whole bunch of public housing. In Austria, the largest landlord is the city of Vienna. They own a ton of housing, and they don't have housing problems, housing affordability problems the way that we do. But given many of the limitations, we often find ourselves in a situation where developers are proposing cases and rezonings, and they're proffering affordable housing. And that puts pressure on decision makers thinking about other aspects of development. This is better than many big rezonings that we see here at the City Council that come to us. I wouldn't characterize this case as urban or suburban sprawl, but we see a lot of suburban sprawl up here in this room with not that many people in the room coming before us. Rezoning cases and annexation cases covering thousands upon thousands of acres of forest and farmland that ultimately get approved, that don't include any parks or public amenities, and that are not as inclusive or as sustainable as this proposal is. And so you can kind of see the difficulty we have in deliberating and considering a case like this when it is something that is a little bit better than some of the things that we regularly see up here in this room. And that shows that public scrutiny, democracy, public scrutiny leads to better outcomes. When people show up, most of the time, when people show up, we can get better outcomes. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes we go and oppose something and we don't get something that's better. That happens. But many times, if there are more eyeballs on what is happening, it gives ammunition for decision makers to demand better. This case reminds me of another case that we saw several months ago. It's called OR 751. Very, very similar in a lot of different respects, and so I kind of compared this case and that case. That case was also surrounded on multiple sides. It was restricted. On the east side of that case was a 2-lane North Carolina Road, 751. Nature on the west side of and south of that property. It abutted natural areas. It was also a multifamily case. There was a small provision of income-restricted units and involved a busy two-lane road. And a lot of people came out against that case. And ultimately, we overwhelmingly approved that case. There are some differences, though. That one had more connectivity to the area. You could cross the street and you could get to a greenway that took you straight to South Point Mall and a whole lot of other non-residential uses. There was also an extension off-site to connect sidewalk, and if you walked north, you could theoretically reach some other non-residential uses, including a grocery store. It was about a mile north of that case. In this case, there isn't really much to walk to, and we don't have those connections, and the area is a little bit lacks the connectivity, the street connectivity that makes something semi-walkable and accessible to places. Thinking about the comprehensive plan is a bit of an art, a bit of a science. There is no case that is perfectly consistent. There are rarely cases that are perfectly inconsistent. Normally, there are a bunch of policies, and they're consistent with a certain number of policies and inconsistent with a certain number of policies. And we have to make a decision of where does it cross that line that we're comfortable saying this is consistent enough with the comprehensive plan that we're comfortable approving it or voting for approval. This is apartment townhouse place type. On its face, that sounds just right. This apartment townhouse place type. But there are some provisions, and they were pointed out by a few folks here, saying residents access apartment or townhouse neighborhoods by transit or bus routes along major roads, sidewalks, bike lanes, bike paths. That's obviously one of the things that's lacking here. Apartment townhouse neighborhoods should be supported by existing public infrastructure like water, sewer, transit service, roads, or phased to coincide with capital improvements. It's not there today, but we know it's going to be there at some point in the future, and we have a good sense it'll be there in the next 5 years. We're comfortable moving forward with some sort of development between now and then, understanding that that is going to be coming in. That's not necessarily the case here. This comes back to some of my thinking around the 3 Ds, density, diversity, and design, density of development, diversity of uses, design of development. I think that when we increase density, it threatens us a little bit with just verticalizing autocentric development more than that ORA 751 case that I talked about earlier. And last meeting, I voted for the suggested delay, which I appreciate my colleague putting forward that concept. I wanted to honor a colleague's request. I think it would be better if, instead of approving this case in the last meeting, if there were some improvements to the case and then it became approved in this meeting, I think that would be better. And so that is why I voted for that delay in the last meeting. However, I've been somewhat underwhelmed with some of the outcomes. I think this project could be a little bit more consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think it could be better. That's where my vote is leaning. But I also look forward to listening to listening to the comments up here by my colleagues and some of the arguments that they make.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening. First off, I want to thank all the residents who came out, and I want to thank the folks who took Councilmember Rist and I out, I think about 2 weeks ago, to Sandy Creek Park. I'd been there before, but we went, did the full trail and then kind of came out on the site of the rezoning. And so just want to thank those residents for taking us out there. And I also want to thank both the mayor and Councilmember Rist, who have had a lot of conversations with both the applicant and the folks at Durham Academy and the folks, I'm calling y'all the birding folks. Like, I'm just putting y'all in, it's like the bird people and the school people. And so that's how I've kind of grouped y'all. But I want to thank them because I think that I was the council member who asked for a continuance because I thought we could get there, right? I thought that there could be some movement And there could be some clear proffers on the two issues that I felt folks were raising, the sidewalk piece and the kind of what could be proffered that would help the folks who had some environmental concerns feel, maybe not 100% about it, but at least somewhat alleviated. And in my mind, I have a few questions about the sidewalk because I kind of like what has been proffered. And I think the question for me is Durham Academy willing to go through that negotiation as well? Because that's through the Parks Foundation. So for the folks who are here who are a little different, that weren't here last time, the way that the city does, which is why the applicant couldn't just proffer to the sidewalk in lieu fund, you can proffer that, but that doesn't mean that money is going to go to your sidewalk. It's just going to go into the pot, and the city gets to identify wherever that money can be applied. That's not certainly what the Durham Academy folks wanted, so the way around that is the Parks Foundation can be the convener and the helper in that, because you can actually say this is earmarked for that sidewalk. So the question is that a space that Durham Academy feels like they can meet, even if that is not what is finalized tonight, but that is the process. So there's $300,000 for a sidewalk gap that Durham Academy could work with this applicant to get filled. I do want to note that Durham Academy, the upper school, has had several site revisions over the years, the last one being 2019. So they have had ample opportunity to improve the site themselves over the years, including that sidewalk on the other side. My understanding is one of the reasons that they didn't is because it was extremely cost prohibitive. It is a tricky place. So I understand why they didn't move forward on their own. And so then it remains like, well, you can understand why an applicant maybe doesn't want to fully fund a thing that is off-site, which is why we cannot compel them to dedicate that. They are putting the 10, oh good Lord, I'm going to get it wrong, 10-foot multi-use path in front of their property, which is what the UDO requires, and that is what they are doing. And so we cannot ask them to do something off-site. That is against state law. So I know folks show up in these spaces wanting a lot more, and sometimes the more is something that we are not allowed to do. I want to thank the applicant for working with folks. I do have a question about the lights for staff. I know I have named with the UDO rewrite moving towards dark sky, which is what this is saying, dark sky rules. Is there a way for them? I understand why their proffer is not lined up with UDO, which is why they're not making it. But is there a way if projects take a while? So if we have changed our rules, could it be met?
I'm going to let Sarah take that one.
Good evening, Sarah Young with the Planning Department. I think their commitment could be worded to say that if there are subsequently more stringent lighting standards, that they voluntarily would proffer to meet those at the time of site plan, for instance.
So if our UDO has passed and we have more stringent light requirements than we do currently, then that would be a way to kind of compromise on that. And so that's one question I have for the applicant. I don't know if what I just asked for makes sense to y'all. Basically, I like the proffer. It's our rules around the lighting that is not making that happen. But if our rules around lighting change, is that something that y'all would match?
So, Councilmember Caballero, this is frankly not a question I anticipated. That having been said, maybe I need some clarification from staff. If the UDO is changed in a way that's more stringent at time of site plan, we would need to comply with it at time of site plan anyway. Whether we proffered it or not, that would be the requirement, correct?
That is true. If you submit a site plan after the effective date of the new UDO. However, if you submit a site plan before that effective date, even though there may be a draft UDO or it may be adopted but not yet effective, then you would fall under the old rules. So I think this kind of proffer would commit you to the new rules even if they weren't in effect yet. Because the new UDO, spoiler alert, will have an effective date that is going to be probably at least 6 months out, probably, from its adoption, to give folks time to work through the queue and redesign projects, et cetera.
All right, hold on. I got a question. If we submit a site plan tomorrow and the UDO is adopted the day after tomorrow, or effective the day after tomorrow, our site plan would still be under the old UDO So if we made a commitment now, it still wouldn't impact it, right? Like, I don't understand how we can make a commitment to follow more stringent rules.
Right, we would work with you on the wording to make sure that it does the thing that I think people are interested in that you would voluntarily, just for the lighting standards, meet the most stringent, and it could be, we could look at the wording beyond, it could be at the time of a certificate of compliance or building permit application or something beyond site plan that would then catch that. So we have some options.
Okay. I'm a little frazzled. I don't know. This is not, I don't know what my clients would think about the dark sky standards.
No, not dark sky. I was just saying that this has been something that I have raised as a council member during joint city-county planning around, we need to start looking at dark sky broadly in the UDO. And so what you're telling me is that our rules currently, the proffer that you've made, the reason you cannot do it is because of our own UDO rules.
That's correct.
Right? So what I'm saying is if our new UDO rules are more stringent on lighting, which I'm hoping they are, would you, even if it's in the, right, it doesn't, you're supposed to go to the UDO rules that you are right now, not to what's coming. What I'm saying is if the timing of your project makes it so that you could, in fact, do the lighting you've proffered, would you make that commitment?
Let me offer this. Actually, the issue with the UDO right now is that it is more stringent than what is requested. So what the UDO requires right now is that at all points in the parking area, at all times, there be at least 0.5 foot candles of light. If that became less stringent, meaning if it says 0 instead of 0.5, then we could do the cutoff light. So it's actually, in this case, not, the issue isn't that the UDO is more stringent, I'm sorry, less stringent, it is that it is more stringent than dark sky.
The proffer you're offering.
Well, the proffer we've offered is full cutoff lighting. We will do that.
And that is not allowed by our UDO.
No, it is allowed.
Okay.
So full cutoff lighting is about directional lighting. It's not about the time that it's on. I think that might be the.
Yeah, when you're saying time lighting to me, it's making me think of like you.
I'm sorry. Okay, so full cutoff lighting is like shielded lighting that's directional. That we have made that commitment.
Okay, then.
The commitment we haven't made is to turn the lights off at night because we can't make that commitment because lighting is required. That's why.
Right, and if you were doing, dark sky does allow that, but that's.
Yes, if dark sky would require, essentially would suggest that the best practice is to have the lights off if they're not needed, which I personally agree with, but it's just not a commitment we can make because we're the UDOs. But if at time of site plan, the UDO allows there to be 0 foot candles.
Then you would be.
Then we'll do it, yeah, that's,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you for going down with me on that. I would also like to note that Durham Academy, because I've driven the site twice, at night has very bright athletic lights on, very, very bright ones. And there were no students playing. There was no one there. There was no game. There was no nothing. It was just the way they were. So I would also just like to note that. Your council members are often very thorough. So I will be voting yes because for me, it's always about, did the developer, and I said this at the continuance, they're may not going to get what you wanted 100%, but did they make a good faith effort in responding to the thing that there was community concern about? Did they change their proffers in response, even if they didn't get it 100% right? That is what I'm looking for, because as my council colleague, Councilmember Baker said, we are weighing lots of things. There's been a couple of other things that folks have said around, we need this protection, we need these things. Every single parcel is zoned in the city and county of Durham. If you go and you look in the agenda packet, what is allowed there are 12 single-family homes. The person who owns that land, because we have personal property in this country and we can have conversations around that, but that is the basis of our system. And that person has rights. They have property rights, as do you. And what is allowed by right, which is what we mean, where you don't have to come in through a rezoning, are 12 homes. My guess is 12 homes on there. You're going to get none of the protections offered that are currently in this packet. There will not be any of the commitments that you've seen to affordability, to trying to figure out the sidewalk, to commitments around other environmental things. the green standards, the bird, none of it would have to be there. That person could just build their 12 homes. My guess is those homes would be rather large, and they would cost between $700,000 and $1 million. That is just the reality of development, regardless of how the 7 of us feel about it, regardless how you all may feel about it. And so I always share that with residents so they understand kind of what does this development process look in totality. So that's essentially what we're doing in rezonings. We are essentially saying, is the thing that I've been presented better than the thing that could get built by right? And if that thing is better, then I usually vote yes. And if the developer has tried to meet community need, has met on a lot of our comprehensive plan, which they have, 55% impervious surface is really good. The fact that they're not entering into the floodplain or the wetland or any of that is really, really good. Those are important environmental commitments. So I appreciate all the residents who came out, and it's sometimes hard in this process because you show up and you, especially with what's happening at the federal and state level, you're coming to local and you're really wanting to be heard and you're wanting a certain outcome. But we always collectively have to think about what is the vision that we have set aside. And right now, this council and the 2 councils before, with the comprehensive plan that we've adopted, we passed an urban growth boundary, which we have very much held to. We had a really complicated case last time where there was a unanimous no because it was challenging that boundary. So what does that mean? It means everything inside the boundary is going to be pretty much upzoned to protect the watershed in northern Durham County, to protect the farmland that we've already set aside in northern Durham County. And those were decisions that have been made for a long, long time. So I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you for talking as long as you did. I got to find the email that I was looking for. I really appreciate this council and how thorough we tend to be on these types of issues. And I'll just speak for myself. And in general, whenever there's a watershed, I'm like a guaranteed no for the most part. And I specifically want to just address the Sandy Creek area specifically because, and I wrote it down, it was April 14th, 2019. And a resident in the community reached out because they had a sewer outflow right down from Sandy Creek Park, like the streamway, everything. Like they had a sewer outflow that was flooding into their backyard, to their back door, and often into their house onto the floor. And what I found, or what I overwhelmingly kept saying is, who designed, like, who planned for this? Because it was almost like it was all rolling downhill. So of course it would end up in her home. I will say this was an older Black woman. She had gotten the property she could manage to get in the neighborhood, and it was on Tanglewood Drive, which I know is very close to Durham Academy on the backside with the pond. And so I did want to ask staff if that issue with the way that backflow or that, I know it's a Public Works question and we don't have anyone from Public Works, but if you've in any way, shape, or form have a way or a handle on how to verify that that type of an issue is not existing for this area, that would be my hope that you could say something to that.
Yeah, without any specific knowledge of the situation or any information from Public Works, I can't say whether that is kind of a unique situation or whether that is something that the same conditions would be present for this site. So unfortunately, I cannot answer that for you. I'm sorry.
And I think that's by and large what I often am left with is there's no way to know for certain. But I do know when residents pile in and say that my house is flooding or my neighborhood's flooding, that overwhelmingly they have more information than I do, and I have to trust their judgment. And I do want to speak to, it's kind of, I say overwhelmingly, when a community comes together and makes a request of a developer, I don't think it's in good faith to dismiss it and then say there's another fund that you can invest in. I do think that there's a way to actually nail it down more precisely. And because it's always on the community to come up with a solution or the community to come forward and push, I'm always excited when you're here, but I'm also mindful when you're not here because I live near Goose Creek, and that creek is disgusting. If you haven't been there lately, you can find almost anything in there. I wish that our creeks and our waterways were better taken care of, and so I heard the conversation about the riparian, just being put together and knowing that these are the waterways of not just, like you're not limited by county lines or city lines. The water flows someplace, and so it's not okay to protect your waterway and not others. It just seems irresponsible, and I'll just keep saying that for as long as I'm up here. I do know that when you're doing I am a born and bred Bronx bomber, and I know what it looks like to have full development of all of your land. And so where there is areas that you can protect, I want to protect. And where there are areas that you know are environmentally sensitive, where you do have unecological character, such as Sandy Creek, it's incredibly important to be good stewards of that area. So I can appreciate that we want to build densely within the city limits and do as much infill as possible. But I'm also very clear, we're not getting any more land. And if we're not good stewards of it, it's not going to be, we're going to face the same types of environmental disasters that others are facing when we don't put the infrastructure in place to protect what we need to protect. And so I'll leave it at that. I have a couple questions, though. There was a young lady who spoke, and she was a little muffled, but she was speaking specifically about the noose and the other river keeper. And I just wanted her to, yes, I didn't catch your name. Can you?
Is this better? Is this less muffled? Okay.
Say your name one more time, I'm sorry.
My name is Astrid Cookdale.
Cookdale, thank you. And so I did want to just ask, you were giving some numbers and I couldn't capture them.
Okay.
And I was trying my best to hear what you were saying. I could not.
Yeah, no worries. Which numbers? Because yes, I do have a few. If you could tell me more about which numbers you were.
I had, nope. It was, I have 185, that's all I had, 185 something.
Okay. What I have is the 2.27 acres currently zoned as wetland. That's the part of the parcel group that cannot be built on. So just to reference another speaker who referred to 87% of the buildable land will be impervious surface. That is because only 3.87 acres of the parcels are buildable. That includes floodplain. So even though the project is not yet proposed to build on the floodplain, they can clear on the floodplain still. They just have to submit a permit to the city, and then they'll be able to clear the floodplain, which will also exponentially increase the watershed issues. It's really the combination of the proximity to the Sandy Creek, to the floodplain itself, right? So the impervious area comes right up against the floodplain. And then the amount of impervious surface, which is why I recommended the green stormwater infrastructure to reduce that impervious surface that will help reduce the watershed impacts.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then I just had a question for staff on our code specifically. Is there anything that prevents developers from doing impervious materials for their parking lots or driveways or whatever they're doing? Like, is there something that prevents them from doing that?
Do you mean prevents them from doing pervious? No, there's nothing that prevents them from using pervious pavers.
Yeah, so the ordinance does have requirements for paving that is solid, secure, et cetera. The pervious pavers is usually something that is worked out with stormwater because folks are wanting to get stormwater credit for it. But the ordinance does have standards. We want to make sure that the substrate isn't shifting when vehicles drive over it, et cetera. That is typically something in parking lots. Streets do have specific paving standards. And I do not think that pervious materials would be suitable for a street application, but they could be for others.
And is there anything to prevent a developer from doing a green roof?
No.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Rist.
Ms. Mayor, I just got a couple questions for maybe Sarah or Aaron. First one is, Aaron, can you just, so on this issue of the recombination, can you just, I heard what you said, but can you just explain what that, like, what the impact is on the floodplain, right? Of the sort of these key riparian buffers that folks referenced and the critical area protection plan, like what in the recombination, how did that impact the floodplain?
It did not. It did not move any of the lines of the floodplain. All, excuse me, all the recombination plat did was move the parcel lines. It did not affect the floodplain in any way.
Okay, thank you. Next question maybe for Sarah. I know we had a conversation about this. I think a lot of the conversation here was that folks here are saying like they support affordable housing. They're just worried about this is not the right place for that, right? So we had a conversation. Can you just remind me again? I know that there's, like, my question is, did we somehow in doing the comprehensive plan, because Councilmember Cabrera referenced the fact that we moved in the urban growth boundary. We've said we're going to get denser within that, right? And so this parcel was identified as a apartment and townhome neighborhood on the place type map. Did the folks who did the comprehensive plans before my time here, did they miss the fact that Sandy Creek Park was right next door?
That's an excellent question, and no, they did not. There's a policy, for instance, in the comprehensive plan where we purposely want to have parks and residential near each other within half a mile. And so that was definitely in the thinking when staff identified this as a potential apartment townhouse neighborhood designation, that it would have the benefit of having the offset of the open space and the park nearby. It would be both a good amenity and something that helps, I think, ameliorate some of the higher density kind of living issues where you're not going to have a lot of open space in an apartment complex. You're not going to have your own backyard, but you have a nearby park.
I appreciate you clarifying that. I guess my next question is this issue around the additional profit around the bird-friendly design, the sort of the material threat factor that the American Bird Conservancy has identified. So when an applicant makes a commitment in a text commitment to treat the windows, and I think you, what was the language you, Mr. Ghosh, can you remind me? Because I think you said you were willing to modify that language about not treating, but actually.
Well, sure. So the language that we had in the agenda packet lists some specific materials. And I do want to just state that my understanding from the last hearing was that you were looking for some specificity. And as I mentioned, we were doing a lot of learning with the bird-friendly design. So the things that we became comfortable with as far as the bird-friendly design were, for lack of a better descriptor, products which meet the standard that are applied after the window is essentially installed. That's something we think we can do. I think that the feedback that we got since from the New Hope Bird Alliance, frankly, I agree with, is that the commitment is a little bit limiting in that it basically says we can only use those to meet the standard.
The treatments.
Yeah, right. So the commitment that we would consider instead is essentially revising the commitment to be a little more general by saying simply that the windows will meet the relevant standards. So windows will meet an American Bird Conserving Material Threat Factor rating of no more than 30. taking out that kind of pick list of materials, which then allows us to use those materials or other materials, as we
Either, you mean
Feel
either
more
treatments
proficient.
or manufactured?
Sure, yeah. Both of those would be allowed, yes.
Okay. And then for no, thank you. For Ms. Young then, so when someone makes a text commitment and says we're going to treat to like no more than 30 material threat factor, so like what's the basis of that? Is that sort of a legally binding commitment? Can we, what if they don't meet that, can we go back and ding them? What happens there?
Sure, that is a legally binding. All text commitments on a development plan are legally binding. So that is something that, because it's a building-related thing, we would not be able to enforce until the time of, at building permit, we would seek to make sure that that was on the building plans, and then we would likely have to require a certification at the time of certificate of compliance verifying that it met those standards. This is a brand new one for us. I think this is the first time that this has come up, so we'll definitely be adapting to enforcing that.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a few comments. So first of all, I want to thank all the folks that have come out tonight, from the New Hope Bird Alliance, from the Feminist Bird Club, and others. I have worked on this issue an incredible amount in the last couple weeks since we continued. And I appreciate Councilmember Caballero for suggesting a continuance on the key issues of the bird-friendly design and the sidewalk piece. And thanks to all the folks who wrote. We've got a bunch of emails. I responded to many of those, but not all of those. Mostly, I think I'm frustrated tonight. I think the idea was that we were going to we were going to come together, bring folks together to address these concerns, right? I'm disappointed that what I feel like, and I know this is going to sound like you're just kind of, in the developer's pocket or something, but the truth is, like, I think Mr. Goshna's applicant have made a considerable effort to address this bird-friendly design piece. And so the sense that somehow they weren't responsive and were not really, I don't see that. I think what you've said, and we'll hold you to that standard, right, is that you're going to meet that threat factor of no more than 30, and that's a legally binding commitment. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry there's not been more. And I think you've mentioned that a lot of the learning you've had from the community has impacted this development. I think we've got a much better design here, and I appreciate that. And I'm sorry there's not a greater sense of like coming together in that piece. The other thing I'm frustrated about is the pathway. And I want to appreciate the city manager. This is not that this is on the community. The city manager actually came to us after requests around this issue of the payments in lieu of fund, which is just a pool of funds, right? The manager suggested one thing we could do is have both parties contribute to the Parks Foundation fund. They could earmark their funds for the path there. So that's still an option that remains out there. I know the folks from Durham Academy want to see some kind of formal commitment. I think the reality is, and this is something Ms. Young also mentioned, I think Mr. Ferguson as well, if there's a private development agreement, we, in approving this development, have no leverage on that agreement, correct? So that's something we have no leverage to enforce, right, if it's a private development agreement. So we've offered the city to actually host these funds in the Parks Foundation. And I think there's a real opportunity there for us to actually make this pathway work. I know there's still work to be done there, but as Councilmember Caballero said, I feel like the applicant has made a whole lot of effort to address the concerns that we identified in asking for a continuance. So I feel like you've met that standard. I guess mostly what I'm thinking about tonight is I'm thinking about where we are as a country. And I know there's a book that many folks have been talking about that comes out in a couple days called Abundance, by Ezra Klein and his co-writer Derek Thompson. And the whole idea is that right now that we're looking at this world, especially the federal level, and we're talking about scarcity, right? Think about all the things, think what our government is saying, it's because of immigrants there's not housing, right? Scarcity. It's because of woke policies that people don't have jobs, right? So this is crazy stuff. And the idea is that we got to think more, but to get out of that bind, we've got to think about a politics of abundance, right? That we can have good things, but to do that, it means our government has got to perform better for all of us and deliver for the people in our communities. I think there's an opportunity for abundance here, but it means we all, and I think Councilmember Caballero references, it means we all don't get everything we want, right? But I can see we need affordable housing so critically in this community, right? I'm going to leave this meeting, however late we go, right? Tomorrow I'll be in a meeting of Durham Housing Authority, and we're going to be talking about the fact that we don't know whether the federal government is still going to provide housing choice vouchers for our residents. So we've got a critical housing issue here in Durham we've got to address. I think we can have housing, rental housing, affordable housing near parks, but also have first-class design and buildings that are actually what we want exactly for bird-friendly design. We can have that first-class design. We can have connectivity in our sidewalk network that we're missing, and we can do that with partners contributing to that effort. So I think there's an opportunity for abundance here that we've all just got to embrace, and I think we can do that here. I know it's not perfect. I know you may not appreciate my comments, but I think we can actually have that abundance and meet the goals, the multiple goals that we're addressing here as a city for affordable housing, for parks, for spaces where people can watch birds. I love birds. I grew up as a kid. My dad was an Audubon Society lifer. I appreciate birds. I've been to Sandy Creek Park. I've seen the Wilson snipe and other birds there. It's a beautiful place and we want to preserve that. But I think we can do all of this and we have to aspire to that. Otherwise we're going to get crushed in this old politics of housing versus environment versus that kind of stuff. We've got to do better than that. So I think we can do this. I'll be supporting this project.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, colleagues. I want to honor all of you that have come out tonight. I am a serious, huge fan of community organizing and folk organizing to raise their voice for issues and for progress. And because of that, you deserve straight talk. You don't deserve pandering or applause lines. You deserve straight, honest talk about what we're facing as a community. Sandy Creek is an incredible place. And to be frank, the arguments that I think have been proffered tonight to keep this development from happening, those same arguments could be used if somebody wanted to make a case for us to exercise eminent domain to move the folk who currently live there away from the park and just create this corridor. But I would never do that because I think people deserve to live near parks. When we voted on the comprehensive plan, we set a trajectory, our city on a trajectory. The evening we voted on it, and it was not unanimous vote, the evening we voted on the comprehensive plan, I said that if we keep fidelity with the urban growth boundary, two things are going to happen. We're going to get closer and we're going to get taller. That is the inevitable trajectory of honoring an urban growth boundary and living in a great American city, which is what we are. And I want to thank Councilmember Baker, who I think methodically and eloquently laid out the case of what we are headed to and what we must look like. I think about what Central Park in New York looks like, the buildings around it, more affordable hopefully down here. I think about the trails and parks of Minneapolis. We were just in Minneapolis a few months ago for an inner city visit. The tall buildings around their trails and parks. What are we going to look like as a city if we're going to honor our urban growth boundary? So tall buildings around green space, accessibility. It was interesting. It was interesting to note that some folk talked about the lack of accessibility to the park by virtue of infrastructure and transportation, but yet touted the park as belonging to the community, which is an interesting kind of juxtaposition that it's for everybody, but pointing out how everybody can't get there. But the folk who do live near there now are very blessed and fortunate to live near the park. Those things will come because that is where our city is headed. That is the trajectory we placed ourselves on consciously and deliberately when we voted for an urban growth boundary. And the same arguments that we hear for sprawl and expansion can't be cut and paste also for infill development. And I'm not saying you guys have done it, but we've had folk come before us who cut and paste the same arguments when we're going beyond the urban growth boundary and then bring them within the urban growth boundary. That's just intellectually not workable, what we face as a city. We build adjacent to floodplains all the time. We've become adept at it. And if we're going to have density in our city, if we're going to accommodate the folks that are coming, then, I don't pretend to be, an expert on these things, but what does a city, what will we look like? I don't think 12 high-priced homes without the guarantees that we have, or at least the proffers that we have in this development, I don't think they were in the best interest of the city for the things that are currently zoned there to be built. So I want to associate myself with Councilmember Baker's methodical litany, but I would just go a little further in saying I don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. He laid out a good project. And for what it's worth, I voted on a lot of these projects. your voice and your development, I can count on one hand the number of communities that have, because of, and this is commendation, not critique, believe me, the number of communities that have had this much contouring and deliberation and give on a project solely, not because of us, but solely because of your organization and your voice and showing up. The windows for the birds, the proffer for the sidewalks. I've seen communities far less organized who've had things voted on to have without continuations, without deliberations, without council members going back and forth with them. And again, this is commendation. I like that. So for whatever that's worth. But I'm going to listen more, but I think Councilmember Baker laid the case out as to where we're going inevitably as a city. I think Councilmember Caballero, all of my colleagues have made excellent points. But the proposition that this development is going to destroy Sandy Creek, I don't think that's the case. I'm confident of it because I can point to any number of developments that we've got in the city that are near floodplains where we've governed ourselves according to strict guidelines and statutes. So I'm leaning towards supporting. I think somebody made the point, the normal 4. I don't know what that means. If you looked at our last meeting, we voted against a pretty large development that was alluded to because for a number of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that we were trying to keep fidelity with the urban growth boundary. But keeping fidelity with the urban growth boundary means that every neighborhood, every zip code, every community in Durham is going to feel the impacts of growth, including my neighborhood, including my zip code. And someone said it earlier, now in here, the balance, I think somebody alluded to the balance between accommodating our growth as a city and protecting our natural environment and the blessings we have from nature. And it is a balance, and there are no, I've yet to vote on a perfect development, but I've voted on some pretty good ones. From our last meeting to now, this one, at least in my assessment, has only gotten better. We can argue to what degree it's gotten better, but it has. So that's where I am for now, Mr. Mayor, and I'll yield. Thank you, colleagues.
Colleagues, for the sake of time, are there any other comments? Because I will be the last. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I know that it's going late, and I will be brief. I'm going to echo some statements that were made up here. I do think that this is a case where if it were in a different location, I think that this would look really, really attractive. And the reason that I am struggling is, I think, echoing a lot of what my colleagues have said, is that I feel like we have to balance so many pieces. And I am encouraged by the thought of abundance, but at the same time, we are looking at actual real land, and there's just a limit to how much there is there. We talk about inside the urban growth boundary, taller and closer, and I do think that that is where we should be going. But the thing is that it can't be everywhere within the urban growth boundary, because then we will not have these spaces, we will not have the wildlife to be able to enjoy them. I do think it's a problem, and I've said this before, that we don't have public transit to a lot of our public parks. The Eno is mostly inaccessible for people that do not drive, and that is including a lot of the space outside of our growth boundary in the northern part of Durham. That space is not accessible to a lot of people because it's not on public transit lines. I can't in good conscience support this. I think that I want to, I really do, because I want more apartments and I want more affordable living. Y'all know that I literally do this day in and day out. My whole lifetime really feels like it's dedicated to affordable living and to keeping people in their homes. I literally talk about rent bonds and evictions at parties like this is my thing, but there's a trade-off here, and we have a high vacancy rate already for apartments in Durham. We say that the things will come, the safety and the connectivity will follow, but we haven't really seen that. And I'm looking specifically at downtown Durham, where we, in fact, are losing things that we need. We are losing our pharmacies. We don't have a grocery store. We can't say that these things will come and then not have demonstrated that we will support that growth and that connectivity moving forward. Sidewalks are extremely expensive to build. I drove by the site again today. Most of it's underwater. I'm confused about how an out-of-state developer comes in and thinks it's a really attractive parcel of land, but maybe they do, I don't know. But I saw somebody running on the street, and I had a anxiety in my heart because there's not even a shoulder. Somebody told me that lives nearby that they have seen children literally run into the ditch when they've had cars speeding through because that's the fastest way to get off the road. The connectivity is not there. The accessibility is not there. We're looking at putting 140 units with a lot more people in that area. And we can talk about by right or not. We can talk about voting out of fear of what could be put there or might be put there. But the fact of the matter is that if we're going to put 140 households, I keep saying that, 140 households there, then we need to be able to ensure that they're going to be safe, and we need to be able to ensure that they can actually access the things that they need to in order to make those places legitimately affordable. So I won't be supporting this tonight. I do really want to say thank you to all of the folks that have come out to speak tonight. I also do want to respect the time and effort that's been put in by my colleagues to make this proposal better and to try and work with folks in the community. And I think that we are going to see the fruit of some of their labor moving forward, but I'm not going to be able to support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to also offer, again, from 2019, and it would be nice to have an update. There was a notice put together by our stormwater folks in Public Works, and they shared from 1979 to November of 2015, flood insurance claims paid in the city averaged approximately $84,000 a year. That was in 2018. From December 2015 to 2018, flood insurance claims paid in the city averaged approximately $814,000 per year, roughly 969% more per year than the previous 37 years. And I say that to say, we know that climate change is occurring, and we know what those impacts are going to be. And I think there is a reason why there's an intersection, and that intersection is not being addressed in our conversations with development. And so until that is happening, I think that it's going to be hard to support projects that are built in wetlands. It's going to be hard to support putting more people in floodplains. I think very, very clearly, I know I had to vote against a very great project with CASA a ways back, and I watch, and I'm sitting here now, I drive past it often, as they've built this, 4-story or 5-story building right on the creek bed, and I know that eventually it'll start to sink, but, we wanted affordable housing. So we have affordable housing, but what good does that affordable housing do when it starts to sink and the foundation breaks? And so I'm very clear, I don't think, this is not about it being palatable. This is about just science and understanding, these storms are going to continue to keep coming. And so when you have waterways behind your home, they're going to continue to run. There's an area over in Northgate where the house, I think, is now, their whole backyard, first the garage, then the yard, and then the back of the house, were all washed away by the flow, the increased flow of water from upstream development. And watching this repeatedly over and over again has left me with a different vantage point than some of my colleagues here. And I'm very clear that this environmental aspect is not a piece. It is the whole. What are we leaving for the future? What are we doing to make sure that our children and their children's children, generations and generations ahead, are going to actually have some place to live on Earth? So I know that there's, I'm in the minority on this, and I'm often in the minority, I'm okay. But I did want to just share that I don't think this is not limited to just a very philosophical argument. It's also the costs that we incur as residents in this community, whether it's by taxes or by insurance claims, however you're paying, like this is going to continue to have an impact more and more as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are any number of communities in our city that don't have sidewalks that we approve stuff in. They go back decades. They tend to be in certain census tracts, and they don't have sidewalks. And we've been passing bonds and laws to make those areas under our, dare I say it, equity plan to connect those places. And we have not demurred from placing development in those areas. I think it's important to note that some of our nicest amenities in the city happen to be in certain areas in the city. And we do not hesitate to develop other areas, but when we talk about trying to make those amenities more accessible, the arguments that don't come into play in some other cases, I just, for intellectual honesty, I'm not going to elevate them in one case and not in others. We build stuff all the time in neighborhoods that don't have buses and don't have sidewalks. And if this park is something, and I agree, it's a factually intellectual true statement that we can't build on all the land. That is not the case here. The park is a jewel of the city. There are some very fortunate neighbors and friends and residents who, because of, providence, good buying, good foresight, live near that jewel. I'm heartened by the number of voices who said that they want the city, that jewel, to be accessible to the rest of the folk in the city. We don't build roads or sidewalks, rather, and bus stops where there aren't people to ride the buses. Density drives those type of things, and oftentimes the folk precede the services. Business folk don't build businesses where there are no customers or no clients. We're not going to run empty buses back and forth at a line where there's no one living. So I just want to be very clear that we do this time and time again, and I think that every neighborhood in our city, all of us, and we got to be honest with our folk, there's not one neighborhood, not one community that will be exempt from the feeling, the impacts of growth of a major urban center, which is what we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all for your commentary. I am going to go ahead and move us on.
Just one question, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
Just one question. I just wanted to follow up. I didn't know if there was a change or an adjustment to the proffer, but I did note that it said, I know on the February 3rd, there was conversation about a DPS Foundation contribution of $22,000, and there was some question about whether it should be $139,000, and I don't know if that was discussed or if that hasn't come up today. I just wanted to touch on it.
I'm not aware of that being changed from the 22,000 number. I've been in no discussion on that.
So it's just that 22,000, not 139,000.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any change to that. I do want to make sure, though, Mr. Mayor, before you call for a vote, can we just clarify the changes to commitments from what was in the agenda packet? So we have the rewording of the bird treatment language.
Right, windows shall meet an American Bird Conservancy material threat factor rating of no more than 30.
Okay, and the change to the donation for the off-site sidewalk to go to the Parks Foundation, but it wasn't clear to me if the lighting.
So the lighting commitment's already in there for full cutoff lighting?
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm if there's any changes to that, or we're leaving the.
I think we're leaving that one as is. About the $300,000 contribution. So the fund to which it goes to would change to the Durham Parks Foundation, but also, as I understand it, we're able to earmark it, so we also want to specify to be used for the Pickett Road Sandy Creek connectivity project, which was not in the previous language.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify all that before the council took its vote.
Thank you all. I'll be supporting the project. I think that, we have to be very, I'm glad that I held the budget conversation last tonight because I wanted a lot more people to see how this actually works. And I hear a lot of folks say, I'm going to run for office to do this single thing. This is really what city council is all about. This is it. This is the work. And your time off this dais is spent riding down the road, walking, and going all over the place, trying to make these little lines on the paper make sense in real life. And sometimes you're going to hear what you want to hear, and then other times you're going to hear just the logic of it, and I think this is one of the most complex things about council. It floods all the time over here. I've spoken to students at school, at DA about this. Have spoken to community members. This isn't shifting anything off on the community members. This was Councilmember Rist and I working to try and find a solution to deliver much faster than government normally delivers. That's what this was. So when we say, all right, let's go and find an external source of funding or a fund rather than just the CIP, because if it goes in the CIP, then you'll get it whenever, 10, 20, 30 years. And so this was us trying to find a way to find an external source to where DA and the developers could actually contribute, and then find a way forward so we can deliver this project in a timely manner off-site. So that's what that was about. Am I right? All right. The other thing, 7 of the comprehensive plan, seven areas of the comprehensive plan was not applicable. 5 met the standard, 18 exceeded, and 1 not met. It's within the urban growth boundary. It is, I've heard over and over and over that, the floodplain, the bird sanctuary, but staff is, which are the experts that we pay here, have stated very clearly that it's not going to harm. Now, preference of being close is another thing, and that's one of the things that I'm most sensitive about, listening, especially listening to the community members. But I just wanted to state all of those things out there, and I haven't even gotten to the cost of, the affordability crisis that we have here in Durham. I haven't even gotten into, this whole approach around we don't have it yet, so we can't build. Like, it's not going to come unless you build. We get upset about East Durham. Well, we never should have put previous councils never should have put a lift station out there. Because once you put a lift station, guess what? Development is going to follow because it has to be paid for by the tax base. And we're not a for-profit business. I used to argue back and forth with Councilmember Charlie Reese. I used to say, the city is a business. We should run it efficiently. And he said, no, Leo, it's not a business. It's a service for the people. He was so right. He was so right. I think we see what people have in that mindset, this whole business thing is like in Washington. So we all pay taxes, and that is the revenue. We're not selling chicken, we're not selling lemonade, it's tax revenue. And when the tax base does not expand, then you have to pay it. Those who are here, and cities that don't grow die. That is a basic fact. And if we aren't generating the revenue to build these things, then no transit ever is going to come out there. It's just not. So I just want to be very honest about the conversation. We can have our differing views or differing perspectives. I don't have a dog in it. I'm looking at what the information is before me and what I have. And I could literally agree with everybody in the audience and still look at this logically and lean toward voting for this case. And that's just how we have to do it. We have to be honest about it. So I'm going to go ahead and call for this vote so we can get to the next 2 hours.
Sorry, can I ask one question? Which was that there was a discrepancy about the sewer line, and did we get it? We never got an answer on it.
So the sewer line is essentially adjacent to 2 different points on the site. it does go through the southwestern corner of the site where it does go through the floodplain. The SUDS report that is from Water Management says that that is the location that they should access the sewer line. It may be possible that they could access that location without having to go through the floodplain, but the majority of that portion of the sewer is in the floodplain.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion for this. And the motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential suburban 20 and establishing the same as planned development residential 36.176.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Noted. And second, I'll entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by the North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
All right. I'm sorry. The budget hearing is literally just a hearing. It is not, you won't find council members responding. We will hear what the comments are, and then we will close the hearing, and we will deliberate again at our next budget retreat, which I will give that date at the end of the hearing. So as you're speaking, at the end of speaking, if you don't hear us say anything, don't get upset that we're not saying anything. It's just a hearing for us to have on the record. All right? And I have a large stack here, so let's get into it. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, ready for the staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Christina Reardon, Director of Budget and Management Services. This is a public hearing to receive comments on the development of the FY 2025-26 budget and the FY 2026 through 31 capital improvement plan. Just as a reminder to all council members and residents, this year is a revaluation year, which means property values are being reassessed by our county tax office. As a result, our current tax rate of 59.62 cents will likely change. And as part of the budget process, we will be calculating a revenue neutral rate, which will be communicated to residents. Budget staff are actively working with city staff and the city manager to develop next year's budget. And the city manager will present his proposed budget on May 19th, including the new proposed tax rate. We will then hold a second public hearing on June 2nd to gather comments before the budget's final adoption on June 16th. All public hearing comments have been fulfilled with this item, and budget staff are here to listen and hear any comments or questions.
All right, thank you for that intro, and thanks for stating those dates for the record. At this time, I will declare the public hearing on the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and fiscal year 2026 through 2031 capital improvement plan CIP open. I will call up 5 to 7 names at a time. We have 2 minutes. All right, I have Kai Rydell, Cynthia Williams, Linda Bellins, Margaret McNabb, Yvonne Coleman, and Joseph Jordan.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for the spirited discussion. It's been great to hear, so thank you. My name is Kai Riedel. I've run festivals in Durham for 9 years, Moog Fest, Slingshot Festival, a number of one-offs. I have brought hundreds of performers from around the world to Durham and made millions of dollars for the city. For those that you know me, you know I've been critical of the funding process and things like that. You've seen me talk about those. But I will say, without the level of funding of $400,000, we will go from a conversation and hopefully an actionable plan to reground and realign what's best for Durham in this regard, to literally absence of even a conversation and the inability to make a plan. This has become a base amount that we have to do for the festivals in Durham. Durham can't afford to lose any amount of this funding in this domain and expect growth in this domain. As a reminder, it was $200,000 for years previous to this last year. The city heavily leans on narratives about Durham's creative vibrancy, the influx of vibrant minds, culture, tourism. But without this funding, there's no immediate future to sustain or develop that reality. Without this base level of $400,000, the venues will take a hit, creatives will take a hit. A lot of this funding passes through the festivals to allow the creative economy that builds up Durham, just so you know. And also, if you look at cities around the state, around the country, we are barely keeping up with what's going to be sustained as far as a festival feature here in town. So please take this seriously. A lot of tendrils of Durham's creative economy depend on this, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and City Council members. On behalf of the numerous organizations collaborating as part of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our fiscal year 2025-2026 budget requests. Because federal levels for housing programs are currently fluid and uncertain, the Coalition presents these specific items to you for your consideration. The first request is continuing to fund the Go Durham Free Fares program, as this helps reduce the financial pressure on individuals and families struggling with economic challenges. Please note that the Coalition is opposed to increasing fares to $2, as the increase could harm Durham's struggling residents. So as you're negotiating that item, we really want to stay with the free fares. Second, we support fully funding the HEART program. Third, we are asking that there be subsidies provided for the 505 Chapel Hill Street Police Headquarters redevelopment project. The developer has committed to 110 units. We are asking for 130 affordable units. That's a 20-unit increase that needs subsidies. We are asking that you fully fund with $5 million the lead remediation activities in our parks, that you continue the low-income homeowners tax credit program at its current funding level, and that you maintain the 2-cent property tax increase to the tax rate for a variety of reasons, a couple of which are to maintain progress on the affordable housing, redevelopment, and development projects in the transit opportunity area.
Thank you so much for being with us.
And thank you so much.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Linda Bellins, and I am a lifelong advocate for the arts. I'm a dancer, a poet, a writer, and a journalist. And when I talk to friends in other states about how to define Durham, I say it's a place where somebody has an arts idea and the next year it's an international festival. And that the city has been supporting this kind of concept of creativity. And so that has been your generous the city's generous offering and support. So we're asking for a continuation of the $400,000 we currently have. The arts are serious business, and it's not just economic. It's that poets and writers, artists reflect us, and they hold space for us to celebrate and to cradle our sorrows, and a collective space for our grief that we're going through in this country at this moment. This is who we are. This is who we continue to aspire to be. This is the moment. This is a time of intense othering. And this is a time when the people with the most power and the most money have the loudest microphone and the ability to define who we are and to erase who we are. We need to continue to fund the artists and people who are the keepers of our culture so that we can ameliorate that, we can prevent that. We need to support and expand their voices. I ask you to continue to fund us at $400,000 to help Durham continue to define and deepen what makes Durham, Durham. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I am Margaret McNabb, and today I'm speaking with you as a member of the Durham Cultural Advisory Board on the topic of funding for festivals and events and the value to our community. Festivals and events bring us out of our homes and into spaces across the city to celebrate and experience Durham together. They provide an introduction to our community, attract visitors to our community, and strengthen our cultural identity. I appreciated your comments at the beginning of the meeting, and I'm with you. This is the year to come together and meet the future with a strong identity as Durhamites. Festivals and events are a strategy to support this goal of connectivity. We're eager to work with Durham Next to outline a broader plan to strengthen our arts and culture sector. And as that effort gets up and running, we ask that, or this is a particularly important year to maintain the last year's momentum and that level of funding. So we ask that you fund us again at $400,000 for festivals for the coming year. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Yvonne Coleman. My address is on record. And very simply, you want Durham to be Durham. You want Durham to celebrate who we are. We want to continue to celebrate who we are. The festival funding that we're talking about is a drop in the bucket, $400,000. Still a lot of money to us, not a lot of money to you. But I want to point out that the economic impact is significant. And let's just talk about how much money comes back to Durham County and Durham City government out of that. We know based on the trend of funding these projects over the last several years that they will generate 1.5 times more than actually is invested as as tax income for Durham County. So we're talking about tax income from Durham County. So if you give us the $400,000, you will see not only an economic impact in the millions, but you will see tax money coming into Durham County. And keep that in mind, that it is an investment, it's an economic development investment, but it's also, this is a time where Durham needs gathering places, free gathering places, places where we can celebrate our culture. Thank you very much, and I'm glad I'm not you.
Thank you so much for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
As you're coming up, let me just call the next 3 names. Aya Shabu, Chris Roxborough, Reckless Roxborough. I messed your last name up, so I just call you your Twitter handle. Sorry. Leslie St. Dre. Ruth. Just going to put my glasses on. That didn't work. Ruth R. Okay, got it. and Gerald Wallace. Welcome.
You ready?
You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joseph Jordan. I am chair of the Durham Cultural Advisory Board, and I come before you, like my previous colleagues have, to talk about the funding for our work and for the work of the city. We've been fortunate. This particular board has been funding festivals and events for about 12 years. Over the past 4 years, we've been able to award about $952,000, almost $1 million, to 35 different organizations. The economic impact from what we were able to award in FY24 was about $5,852,000, which is very, very significant. And I think in terms of what I tell my colleagues around the country, that when it comes to the arts, Durham bats far above its weight, if you will. Our base budget for most of the time since 2016 had been about $195,000. And last year, we were able to get the increase to $400,000, and we saw immediate response from the community. We had double the number of applications. We had 47 applications. We were able to award funding to 22 of those organizations. And because those groups were so successful and have passed the word on to their colleagues, I'm quite certain that we will almost double that again. So we're looking forward to that. We have been reaching out to the folks who are developing Durham Next so that we can work with them and coordinate our activities, and we hope that you will work with us. And the easiest way to do that is to award the $400,000 again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem, City Council for your continued support of Durham special events and festivals. Last year, we saw a huge increase, and I am very eager for the continued commitment that the City Council is going to make towards DCAB and our special events and festivals. I'm going to speak a little bit anecdotally. I am a member at large of DCAB, Durham Cultural Advisory Board, also of the Public Art Committee. But more importantly, I am a cultural business owner. I own a cultural tourism organization, and I'm also an artist. And why that's important is because I am part of making Durham a destination and a vibrant community for the people who live and love here. I'm also a historian, so I would be remiss to not remind us that it is our beloved Baba Chuck Davis who brought us Bimbe Festival and Kwanzaa Fest, some of our largest and well-attended events here in the city.
Sorry, would you suspend just for a minute? Madam Clerk, the clock's not running.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind.
I'm sorry. Continue, please.
And so these festivals are important, as we know, because they strengthen our identity, as we've heard from other folks. They add to the cultural vibrancy, but they also add to the local economy. And they influence artists like myself. I am now a torchbearer because of people like Baba Chuck Davis and the festivals that I attended. I was inspired, not just to go and to become an artist, but also to continue to promote the arts and create festivals. So I'm also a festival producer. And as a festival producer, my job is to build community and also to resource artists. So as a member of DCAB, I just want you to understand that we work very hard to do our job, and part of our job is to advocate for local artists and nonprofit organizations and for-profit businesses that add to our cultural vibrancy. So $400,000, please continue that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You made time stand still. Appreciate it. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Ruth Petrie. I'm with Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm asking the city to provide funds for eviction diversion and assistance so that our most vulnerable neighbors have access to stable housing. I've seen with my own eyes the horrific treatment of our neighbors facing eviction in Durham. Our neighbors often miss work, arrange for child care and transportation in order to attend hearings that sometimes proved to be landlord error, among other things. Among the DHA residents facing eviction between 2016 and 20, 91% were people of color and 79% were female. 2023 DataWorks study reports that Black tenants are 44% of our renting population and 76% of our evicted population. After being evicted, our neighbors face worsening opportunities for stable housing. They can also be barred from leasing in many places for having an eviction filing. Durham Human Relations Commission reports that Durham County has the highest number of evictions per capita than any of the 5 highest populated counties in North Carolina. You can help us prevent eviction. Please find the money for eviction diversion and assistance. Quoting Matthew Desmond from Evicted, if incarceration has come to define the lives of men from impoverished Black neighborhoods, eviction was shaping the lives of women. Poor Black men were locked up. Poor Black women were locked out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You all have 2 minutes.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is Chris Perlstein. I won't hold it against you, though.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk to you about street safety when it comes to the budget priorities. I'm very happy about the progress we've made. Things like the Vision Zero coordinator, the traffic study and 25% design that was recently approved for 2A in Roxborough. But we do need to move to broad implementation of safer designs throughout our city. I'm a little bit disappointed that funding for 2A streets didn't score higher on our budget priorities. On Thursday, you're going to hear from Lauren Grove, our Vision Zero coordinator, about an action plan, and spoiler alert, part of that's going to be about our high injury network. It probably won't surprise you that that is essentially a map of our NCDOT streets. Fixing our NCDOT streets is the opportunity to actually get the ball rolling on meeting our Vision Zero goals that we have, 0 deaths by 2045. All the plans and studies don't mean anything if we don't take action. Recently, we saw the cost of these dangerous designs on 35-mile-an-hour Roxborough Street between 2 schools. We had one crash that cost 2 lives, 1 person was critically injured, and 2 people were seriously injured. This is more than 5% of last year's traffic deaths, which is just as high as our gun deaths now. The day after that fatal crash, we had another wreck that was so bad on the 35-mile-per-hour Duke Street that a large portion of our city lost power for half the day. These accidents also incur costs in terms of infrastructure and property damage, along with the emergency response, which NCDOT does not pay for. We do. I view this as a litmus test. If we can't save lives solving one of the most straightforward problems in our city, where we have the power to do, we can change our streets, we can negotiate with NCDOT to take these back and do them better, how are we going to tackle the far more complex issues like housing affordability or gun violence? These deaths are just as important, and the impacts on people are great. And so I hope that we'll consider re-upping the priority there on getting these streets fixed. And it's not just my street, it's all of our streets throughout our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Mr. Wallace, as you come forward, I'm going to ask our next cohort of speakers to line up. Leslie St. Dre, Ruth Petrea, Dana Campbell, Charles Campbell, Sarah D'Amato, and Gregory Williams, please. And good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City Manager Ferguson, and esteemed guests. My name is Gerald Wallace. I am both a proud City of Durham employee and a member of the Executive Board of the City Workers Union UE 150. Tonight, I stand before you to bring attention to critical concerns regarding our upcoming budget, concerns that directly impact the hardworking employees who keep our city running. For years, city employees have gone above and beyond in their duties, often taking on additional responsibilities to ensure the work gets done. Yet, when it comes time for evaluations, many of us are constantly rated as merely effective with no opportunity to be recognized as a higher level. Some managers have even told staff achieving a higher rating requires extensive documentation, which they do not intend to complete. This is not just discouraging, it is disheartening as well. When employees dedicate themselves to their work, take on extra duties, that commitment should be reflected in their evaluations. Recognition fosters moral, and when employees feel valued, their quality of work only improves. Secondly, we urge you to consider how the living wage ordinance is calculated. Currently, it is based on the housing costs from the past 4 years, including those most excluding the most recent years. However, housing costs continue to rise at an alarming rate while our wages do not keep pace. We asked the city adjusted policy to consider the most recent 2 years of housing costs. Doing so would raise the minimum wage to $24.54 this year, an increase that would make a real difference in the lives of city employees. As a full-time employee who works 2 additional jobs just to support his family, this adjustment would be life-changing. It would allow me to step away from a part-time job, granting me the precious opportunity to be more present for my children, to attend their sporting events, to be there for their milestones, and to truly be the parent they deserve. I appreciate your opportunity, allow me the opportunity to speak tonight, and I hope you take these concerns to heart. Thank you for your time, and may God bless you.
Thank you for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Dana Campbell. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm a volunteer at Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church Emergency Assistance, their Emergency Assistance Ministry, and I'm asking the city to provide funds for eviction diversion and rental assistance. Research shows that eviction is creating a public health and safety crisis across the country. I'm not speaking about my own health or safety. My concern is for those who live in communities with high eviction rates. Durham is one of those places. We may be a great city, but we have an eviction problem. Eviction is positively associated with crime. Renters with low incomes and renters of color have few housing options and are forced to live in neighborhoods with higher instances of poverty and poorly managed properties. Landlords who engage in extractive management practices, such as frequent eviction filings and property disinvestment, they contribute directly or indirectly to the crime problem. Simply put, their practices increase opportunities for crime while undermining community cohesion. Eviction exposes people to various forms of violence, repeated forced displacement by police and private security, hunger, malnourishment, untreated medical needs, emotional and psychological harm. The struggle to avoid eviction has even surfaced as a priority topic in the Community Health Assessment Survey of the Durham County Department of Health. Evictions in Durham are creating both a public health and safety crisis. We know this, we can do and must do much better. I urge you to provide funding for eviction diversion and rental assistance.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Budget.
Thank you so much. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Charles Campbell. I'm also a volunteer at the Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church Emergency Assistance Ministry. A number of us are here tonight because all of us who have volunteered in that ministry know the increased demand for rental assistance. And we've heard the stories of people desperate to avoid evictions. And people are being sent to us because the federal funds have dried up. So I'm asking the city, along with others, to provide significant funds for eviction diversion and rental assistance. My angle is that providing these funds is an important means of addressing homelessness. According to a study by UNC Greensboro, 65% of tenants in Durham County experience some duration of homelessness after an eviction. Because eviction is a direct cause of homelessness, there's an obvious way to prevent people from entering the homeless system in the first place. Just do everything we can do to keep them in their homes. This approach actually takes seriously the housing first model that is used by homeless ministries here in Durham, including Housing for New Hope. Provide housing first, then address the other matters. Helping people avoid eviction quite simply follows this model. First, we help people remain in the homes that they already occupy. Then they don't become homeless to begin with. It's very simple. It's not complicated. It's common sense. So I urge you to provide significant funding, particularly in light of the federal developments for eviction, diversion, and rental assistance in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Sarah D'Amato, Director of the Eviction Diversion Program with Legal Aid. I'm here again to request that the City Council continue funding for legal services for eviction diversion as a continued show of being a nationwide leader in preventing homelessness. What we've got going on in Durham, other people in other cities, other counties, other states look to us as a model for what we're doing here. With all the recent job losses in Durham right now and cuts to Medicaid, food benefits, and the rates of eviction are only going to continue to increase. And recent studies show that's even more concerning now, too, is that the number of working homeless is continuing to grow. And sadly, these people often go uncounted when there are considerations for services for the continuum of care. In many cases, legal aid, the representation that we give allows people to stay housed for a few extra months. Our representation, we are able to, in the 1,000 cases that we had last year, we kept 50% of those people housed. And so our services help keep the city, the residents housed. And this is a big savings to the city when you look at the added benefits. On top of that, one of the things that people don't always recognize and realize is that our representation, what it does is it helps give tenants some agency. It helps give them some control over their situation, and it allows them just a little opportunity to be able to mitigate the harmful effects of the trauma of eviction, of being locked out, of not being able to pack up their essential belongings, their medications, to make arrangements for their children, make arrangements for their pets. We've got all these homeless pets on top of homeless people because we are experiencing an eviction crisis. This amount of this negotiation, it helps give people humanity. It helps maintain their dignity. And as that, for that reason, I request that y'all continue to fund eviction diversion.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm Gregory Williams of Bike Durham and the Transit Equity Campaign. Those who are here, feel free to wave. We had more, but it's been a long night. Firstly, I want to thank our elected officials for the work you've done to improve pedestrian, bike, and transit infrastructure. The Transit Equity Campaign, which is made up of Bike Durham, the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, People's Alliance, and Durham Congregations in Action, has a clear set of asks that we hope will keep Durham moving forward. We ask the city to formally request $1.5 million of the Durham County Transit Tax to keep Go Durham fare-free and begin conversations with Durham County Commissioners to seek their approval. We also ask that the city pay transit, solid waste, and all city staff a livable wage with competitive benefits. We also ask the city to fully fund the Vision Zero action plan to ensure our streets are safer for everyone. This includes completing the two-way conversion of Roxborough and Mangum. This is an essential step towards Vision Zero because getting to and from the library or City Hall safely should not be a life or death situation. It also includes fully funding the already approved vertically protected bike lane projects and neighborhood bike routes as a part of the Vision Zero implementation. Transit, biking, and walking are all connected. We must invest in the infrastructure that makes our streets safer for everyone, not just cars. Finally, we want the city to commit to the other asks in our petition, which has over 500 signatures, and will be delivered to your desks this week, ensuring Go Durham remains fare-free, accessible, and fully funded for the long term. Lastly, please expand the HART program to run 24/7 because you cannot schedule a crisis. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much for being with us. I'll call again Leslie St. Dre, Ruth Petrea, Rob Wilkerson, Chris Benjamin, Jeffrey Garneau, Miff Knoll, Mary Rose Fontana. Come on up. Thank you for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Robert Wilkerson.
I currently work in street maintenance with the Public Works Department for the city of Durham. It's workers like myself that worked last month during the snowstorm to prepare and plow the roads to help make sure everyone else could get to work safely. What I want to be speaking today about is the living wage ordinance. I spoke about this last year. Council members responded with sympathy and committed that they would look into it this year. After the compensation study was done, it was stated by this body that you would look into the pay plan design changes this year, and we hope you still intend to do that. I just wanted to point out that the ordinance was amended in 2016, and according to the compensation study that y'all did last year, it was 2017 that city workers started falling behind. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't, 5 years from now, we're not right back in the same spot that we were in before. We hope that you guys and ladies would take a deep look at that. To me, the formula just doesn't cut it. I mean, it's the spirit of the ordinance is that we should be getting paid 30% of our salary should cover what it costs to live in Durham right now. But it's mathematically impossible to do that if you're taking the previous 4 years. For example, 4 years ago, it was $946 to rent a one-bedroom apartment. Right now, it's right at $1,460 some. That's like a 40% increase, but our pay hasn't went up that much in that same time frame. So that's my ask of you, that you would just take a deep look at that. Maybe we can amend that and use.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chris Benjamin. Good evening to the council. Make it real short. Don't want to be redundant after Rob, raising the minimum wage to $24.54 was roughly $5 for all general step pay employees by adjusting universal living wage ordinance to only reflect the last 2 full years rather than the current 4 years. This is March 2025 budget. For every new project, such as programs or structures the council plans, there will be a need, some type of city employee to provide service, such as safety, protection, road, water maintenance, solid waste. We are here for the resolution of the wage increase request. Please take care of your employees of the city. We are asking for your support and a significant wage increase for the city employees. If you get in touch with your team, ask them, they would tell you the struggle is real. And we love our city, so please do right by the city employees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Friends, if you would forgive me, those of you that are coming up to speak, we're right at about at the top of the hour. We need to take a brief break, but when we come back, reconvene, y'all folk remember who you are, and we'll start with you, all right? We'll come back at 11:10. We're in recess.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
Friends, it's a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Are we on? 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, friends. 2-minute warning if we start to come back together. 2 minutes. Not much. We're there. We're almost there. Maybe, I think maybe 30 minutes.
But you know where I stand. Don't start a conversation off as if you are not.
All right, friends, it's 11:10. We are reconvened. Thank y'all for your patience. We'll continue with our next speaker. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Nick Now. I'm a local substitute teacher and an incoming student to the Master of Arts program in teaching at Duke. I'm here to advocate for the expansion of the HEART program, fair pay for DPS staff, and to hold Duke University accountable for supporting the city it calls home. When I tell people I want to teach in Durham Public Schools, they tell me I could make more and have an easier time working in a private school. I've also been told it's not safe to stay in North Carolina as a trans person, and they're mostly right. But Durham is my home, and I love this city too much not to stay here and support our 30,000 public school students. I was at that interminable ceasefire resolution meeting, and I think it was Councilor Freeman who expressed sadness that we couldn't pack this room in the same way to talk about violence affecting our Black communities. You're right, and that is a part of the reason why I'm here. As an educator, my concern for students doesn't stop at the schoolhouse door. Durham needs empathetic, nonviolent crisis response 24/7 countywide. We also need to retain and attract the best staff to serve our students. I know there's a whole lot of uncertainty about the future, a lot to balance here, a lot of very important things. I urge you to continue to be imaginative and brave in serving the people of Durham. I also remind you that there's a world-renowned university in Durham with a $7.7 billion endowment and many international corporations that don't pay their fair share in taxes. We need communities to survive the next 4 years, and I certainly don't plan on going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members, and thank you for this opportunity to provide comments. My name is Mary Rose Fontana, and I am a member of Bike Durham, the chair of BPAC, an environmental engineer, and a citizen of Durham. My family and I live in this city without a car. Our two main modes of transportation are biking on the ATT and taking the number 5 or 7 bus to downtown. On days when I'm in the office, I take the 12B. Without fare-free transit, I would likely need to buy a car or simply not leave the house. On days when it's dark, cold, or rainy, the bus has been our safe and reliable connection to the rest of Durham. For many residents of Durham, the bus is their main and only lifeline to this city. The fare-free buses connect our communities and break down barriers for many residents. With the latest shortages in school bus drivers, the free Go Durham buses help bring kids to and from school. Many of Durham's greatest resources to its citizens are free: the libraries, the schools, the parks, the roads, and the sidewalks. But without free transit, people can't as readily access those resources. With continued fare-free transit, the barrier to entry to riding the bus is removed. Even those who could drive will more likely choose to ride the bus instead, which cuts down on congestion, air pollution, road maintenance, and many other costs to the city. Therefore, I encourage City Council to include the continuation of fare-free transit in the upcoming budget and prepare to continue fare-free transit indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to ask the next group of speakers to prepare themselves. As our next speaker approaches, Gian Hasbrock, Brandon Love, Lola Johnson, Jonathan Chan, Shanice Renee, and Jane Lee. If y'all would just line up along the rail. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jeff Garneau, and I'm with Bike Durham. What I'd like to say is that implementing and administering a fare collection will be inefficient and wasteful in addition to being regressive. It adds complexity and bureaucracy for the bus riders who maybe then need to interact with like a card system or like have exact change or and so forth, have some kind of like reduced fare system. Slows down buses, causing delays each time people are boarding. So that's my thing on buses. Additionally, I would encourage you to keep Vision Zero moving forward. Recommend full funding for Vision Zero, prioritizing the conversion of Roxborough and Mangum to two-way streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, esteemed council members. Unlike my colleagues, I'm not here to ask for a specific line item. I'm Jan Hasbrook. I'm a 43-year resident of Durham and chair of the Government Affairs Committee of the Durham Regional Association of Realtors. We advocate private property rights, a proven way to bolster a community's spirit and equity. That equity has risen an average of $200,000 as we have emerged from the chrysalis of the pandemic. Those in power on the federal level are the fruition of Reagan's quip that he wasn't trying to destroy government, just make it so weak he could drown it in the bathtub. Don't let them drown Durham. Private property rights are positively framed by municipal services. I encourage you to be courageous, and robust in putting together your budget and outlining capital improvements that now, more than ever, are required to protect the rights of private property. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Chan, and I work at a local credit union that focuses on building ownership and economic opportunity for all. So I naturally think about investments that bring economic returns to people and communities. Our city is unfortunately not built for people, but for cars. And according to AAA, car ownership is a $10,000 a year burden on every owner's shoulders, and it disproportionately taxes poor folks. The fiscally responsible decision for Durhamites is to invest more for public transit. The fiscally responsible decision for Durham is also to invest in public transit. Whereas maintaining every mile of road is a fiscal drag to the city, I applaud the road bond that passed, but the way to spend less on roads is to have less cars on the roads. We can do this by investing more in public transit, sidewalks, and bike lanes. Fare-free buses will help us get there. Funding more transit routes for folks who live outside of the city core will help us get there. Delivering complete streets will help us get there. Investing in mobility is fiscal responsibility. Durham deserves world-class transit so that we can also see nature and parks just like Seattle. So, that's it.
Thank you so much. As our next speaker approaches, I'm going to ask our next group of speakers to prepare themselves. John Sherman, Lee Huber, Raina, it appears to be CJJ, Karthik Sundaramurthy, Letitia Fesisan, and Alan Frere. Good evening. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Hello, Council. My name is Lola Johnson. I make sandwiches for a living. I'm here to advocate for the expansion of HART to be a 24/7 service, to put HART into our schools. I'm also here to advocate for the continuance of free fare for our public transportation, and also to provide a livable wage for our public transportation. I'm originally from Philadelphia. We don't play about the bus. I take it very seriously. If you've ever started a week with like less than $10 to your name, you know how essential it is to have like fare, and being able to have free fare has been like a legitimate it's been a weight off my shoulders, and it's definitely a weight off the shoulders of people who are in much worse conditions than I am, and I would implore us to keep that a thing. More so, the people who drive these buses are frequently doing a very thankless job, and I think they should be paid more, and they should have like a livable wage. In the city, looping back to HART, the risk of coming off a little gauche, I believe in people, not cops. I believe in empathetic and very holistic solutions to people's care. I believe we need to have 24/7 crisis care because you can't schedule a crisis. Moreover, I do think they need to be placed in schools with our most vulnerable people who are very unsure of their place in the future and need care more than ever. I wasn't very proud of North Carolina when I first moved here. I'm starting to be a little bit proud of it. I'd like to be prouder. And I think you guys can help me do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Karthik Sundaramurthy. I serve on the Recreation Advisory Commission. Honorable members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of increased funding for Durham Parks and Recreation. Our parks, trails, recreation programs are essential to our city's quality of life, and maintaining them should be a priority. While I understand the need for budget adjustments, I urge you to allocate additional funding, remove restrictions on maintenance funds, and approve the department's request for additional staff. Durham's population is growing rapidly, and the demand for parks and recreation services is rising. However, our total park coverage, acreage, remains lower than comparable cities, and staff resources are stretched thin. The current operations and maintenance teams is just not enough to effectively maintain parks, fields, trails, and public spaces across the city. This is going to be in your Thursday comprehensive plan that you're going to attend, but I wanted to put this to you so you have that. You're looking forward to that meeting on Thursday when you're being presented with the Parks and Rec comprehensive plan. Additional staff are critical to ensuring routine maintenance, timely repairs, and overall safety for park users. Funding restrictions also create barriers. So the half penny currently limits the projects to under $100,000, except for playgrounds and bathrooms, and prohibits repairs at recreation centers or new amenities. So these restrictions prevent DPR from making necessary improvements where they are needed most. Removing these limitations would allow for greater flexibility in addressing urgent maintenance and facility upgrades. Durham already spends more on deferred maintenance than peer cities, but that's not enough. Parks need modernization. Safety concerns must be addressed, and signage, wayfinding improvements are long overdue. Residents have made it clear that they value our parks. The recently passed bond for the 2 swimming pools, a clear sign that residents want more.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Raina Rusenko, and I'm a Durham resident and a volunteer with Carolina Jews for Justice. I'm here to ask you to fully fund the expansion of HART so that it covers crises 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'd like to share that I recently had to navigate finding help for a friend my age who I attended school with here in Durham 30 years ago. Specifically, she's been living in another state and after a stroke lost full mobility, lost her job, and then could not retain her housing. Late one Saturday evening last month, she began posting on social media that she needed an urgent welfare check, as she found it impossible to navigate her local welfare and homelessness services, and her mental and physical health were declining. I thought of HART and its community response teams, which are unarmed teams that can respond to calls for people in situations like hers. I also thought of the follow-up offered by HART's Care Navigation Team, which can help connect people to the support they need and be invaluable to people in positions like hers. Knowing what I know about HART, I tried to find a comparable crisis response service in her city, but there were none. Her friends and I were texting each other, debating whether we should call the police for help, but we knew that doing so could put her in much greater immediate danger. Ultimately, the best we could do was give her the address of an NGO and hope she could find the means to travel there the next Monday. However, in truth, even though we have community response and care navigation teams in Durham, these services end between 9 p.m. and midnight each night. So even if she had been here in Durham, she would have had to wait until the next day for help. I visited HART's live dashboard, and I've seen the stories there that provide incredible testimony to the many profound ways that HART's care navigation team and community response teams have helped people under a wide range of circumstances. All of us deserve these levels of care. However, it is imperative that we have access to these responses day and night. I want that for my neighbors across Durham 24 hours a day, and I say this knowing that I want it for myself as well.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is John Sherman, and I'm here to voice my strong support for fully funding Durham's Vision Zero action plan, the conversion of Roxborough to two-way traffic, and continuing fare-free transit for Go Durham. By adopting the Vision Zero plan, Durham can take meaningful steps toward improving road safety and ensuring that no one has to fear for their life just to go about their day. To that end, I want to highlight a great thorn in the side of anyone concerned about traffic safety in Durham, and that is Roxborough. Roxborough is a high-speed road, perhaps not in intent, but certainly in design and in practice, with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit that seems to be based only in wishful thinking. Quite unfortunately, this was made painfully clear just a mere 10 days ago with a vehicle crash on Roxborough that claimed 2 lives and injured 4. This road, along with Mangum and their spiritual twins, Duke and Gregson, put pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers in danger. By converting it to two-way traffic, we can take a major step towards making our streets safer, calmer, and more accessible for everyone. Road diets save lives, narrow lanes save lives, and I strongly urge the council to fund the two-way conversion of Roxborough Street, fully fund the Vision Zero action plan, and once again, continuing fare-free transit for Go Durham. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, y'all. Hi, City Council. Letitia. I wanted to come up here and ask for fully funding of HART, but I just can't only speak about that, being a parent that lost her child in the street to gun violence. I haven't heard much about gun violence up here. I want to make sure that we're staying focused on what we said we were going to focus on, which was gun violence. We lose our kids every day. I hope that we are thinking about ways to curb this or prevent this and not just talk about this. We need action. I have had a gun rally, and I have spoke with many of y'all. I sent emails about alternative living for our youth. I think that we do give them a lot of tools and a lot of good tools to use, but we also throw them back into those bad environments. And once you throw them back into them bad environments, how do y'all expect them to use them good tools? Just like y'all come in to y'all superiors and y'all do what y'all supposed to do in front of y'all superiors, right? But as soon as y'all get back home, y'all get comfortable, y'all take off y'all shoes, y'all relax, and that's what they do. They use the tools as long as they're in front of us, but once they're not in front of us and we put them back into them unhealthy environments, they start to do what's inside of those environments. So I hope that we take a chance and look at alternative living for our youth and not just to lock them up for alternative living, but put them somewhere that's safe and healthy with guidance. If anyone want to hear any more about that, I send y'all emails, and I'm here. I'm trying to plug in. I'm trying to be a part of the solution, not the problem. But I do want to hear. I don't want to keep wasting my voice to come up here and talk.
Thank you so much for being with us. As our next speaker comes, I'm going to ask our next group, we're getting close to the end, to prepare themselves. Robin Gunn, Emily Wilkes, Lucas Gatterman, Will Henning, Julie Messina, Brian Fager.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, good evening. My name is Alan Fryer. I'm the president of the Durham People's Alliance. On March 6th, we sent y'all our budget requests for the cycle. We really appreciate y'all's review of it. Many of y'all had the opportunity to have input into that letter. And I just wanted to highlight 4 pieces from that letter that we're particularly interested in. The first is, and the hour is late, and I'm sensitive to where we all are, so I'm not going to go into detail. You can read the detail in the letter. So the first priority is to keep Durham buses fare free for an appropriation of $1.5 million. Our second priority is to include all part-time seasonal staff in the city's living wage policy, more on that in a minute, and then make the guaranteed income program a permanent line in the city budget, so we're asking that you fund it fully with recurring dollars this year and in future years. And then lastly, we urge y'all to remove barriers to spending down the down payment assistance program. Our understanding is that y'all funded that generously and fully in previous cycles, but the money is still there and there have been barriers to distributing that. So we're happy to work with y'all through whatever administrative process needs to happen to get those dollars to help prevent our eviction crisis. And lastly, just speaking as Alan Fryer, not as the People's Alliance, I would echo the folks from UE 150 who called for reevaluating the Durham city living wage policy, the way you calculate that living wage. I'm sensitive to the budget. I know there are constraints to that, but if we're going to revalue the property values, now's the right time to reevaluate what the wage is for the living wage policy for city workers. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for being with us. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Robin Gunn, and I'm a member of Trinity Avenue Presbyterian, and I'm a mom. I am going to speak to you on funding eviction diversion programs and rental assistance. 2 nights ago, I was loading groceries into my car when a man came up and asked if I had money to give. This is an unfortunately common occurrence in Durham, but what he had with him genuinely surprised me. He was pushing a shopping cart with 2 school-age girls in it. If you can see where a community is headed by looking at the health, safety, and opportunity of its children, then where is Durham, the city of medicine, headed? Let's look at our kids. Children represent more than 40% of all people facing eviction over the course of every year. In fact, 30% of children living in families below the poverty line experience eviction by the time they're 15. The kids who are evicted give up the basic necessities that keep them safe and healthy: their bed, heat and air conditioning, a locked door at night, neighbors, teachers who know their name. Being forced to leave home is a major life trauma that damages a child's emotional and physical well-being for years after the eviction. These kids go through academic decline with significantly lower scores across all cognitive assessments, a difference equivalent to a full year of schooling, a pandemic of loss every year. And because trauma causes damage, the cost of poor quality housing is high. It's associated with high levels of depression, anxiety, and aggression from elementary school through young adulthood. If an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, the City of Medicine needs to triage our kids now. Durham has the first aid kit, but do we have the will?
Thank you so much for being with us. Have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Emily Wilkes. I'm the Associate Pastor for Public Witness at Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church, and I'm here with several church members, or was, asking the city to fund eviction diversion, rent assistance, and the homelessness prevention strategy consultant. You've heard from and will hear from others about why preventing evictions is a worthy investment. So being a pastor, I do want to frame this issue theologically. There's a parable in our tradition known as the Good Samaritan. Several people walk past a man beaten on the side of the road until one person, the Good Samaritan, finally stops to help. But Martin Luther King Jr. himself actually had misgivings about this story. He said, "I'm tired of seeing people battered and bruised and bloody. I want to pave the Jericho Road, add streetlights, make it safe for passage by everyone. I don't want to be a Good Samaritan." Our rental assistance ministry has borne witness to the worsening housing precarity in Durham as city-funded rent support ran out at the end of last year. We're tired of seeing people battered and bruised. We don't want to be a Good Samaritan. We want to see dignified housing conditions for all. So among the many worthy programs that need funding, like fare-free buses and the HEART program, we ask that you not forget about eviction diversion. All of you have the leverage and tools in your tool belt to fix up Jericho Road. So while we commit to continuing to stop the bleeding where we can, we ask you not to neglect the tools that you have to protect Durham's most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you, City Council members. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor. I know it's past my bedtime, so I can only imagine how y'all are feeling, so I'll try and keep it quick. So my name's Lucas Gatterman. I'm also with the Trinity Avenue Presbyterian Church, and I am a renter and a new resident to Durham, having moved here in August of this past year. Now, while I'm new to Bull City, this has become my home, and I love my home, but if y'all have never been a renter here, it is incredibly challenging. So just to give you a big statistic, as you probably all know, the fair market evaluation for a 2-bedroom apartment has increased 72% in the last 5 years. Coming from a young professional, it's really, really absurd. I'm just on the edge of being cost burdened, and that's even when I am not in a more precarious situation, such as some folks. So in looking at that, when 45% of your population are renters, this makes housing not just an issue, but a ticking time bomb, especially when there's a 12% vacancy rate here in Durham. While Durham has the important low-income homeowners relief program, this does not address the realities that 74% of renters are cost burdened, with this rent being greater than 30% of their overall income. There need to be an equivalent protection for renters who shoulder the burden of the city's property taxes increasing significantly after the newly released evaluations. As we move forward through these budget hearings and towards the fiscal year of 25 and 26, I would like to remind the council that for families in Durham, the rent that they have has to eat first, and they need rental assistance and the politics of abundance. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Can you hear me all right?
Go for it.
All right. My name is Will Henning. Thank you all tonight. I appreciate you guys hearing us all. This is my first time, so I'm a little nervous. Sorry if I ramble, but I'm going to try to keep it quick. I want to advocate for Go Durham to keep its services fare-free. I think that is absolutely imperative. It enables people to be mobile and to access all parts of our city. I think that it's important, obviously, socially and culturally, but also economically. When you have people able to come down to the city or go anywhere in the city freely, they will do so more, and I think that that just promotes more business and spending, which is good for the economy, apparently. And I also want to say that when you build developments 5 miles away from downtown Durham, you got to have infrastructure and transit that is able to get people downtown or wherever they're trying to be. It's great to have dense housing. I think that that is an incredibly important thing. But when you build it 5 miles away from where we're standing right now, and you live in a car-dependent society where you can't get anywhere without a car, you can't walk because there's no sidewalk, you need to have transit. And I think that fare-free transit promotes ridership. And I think getting people on buses and getting them exposed to that public transit is absolutely important because they become aware of how useful and how available it is. And so, yeah, I just want to support that and make sure it continues to be free. I also want to support Mangum and the other street. Yep. Yeah, that one. Thanks. I want that project to be supported. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for being with us. And as our next speaker comes, I'm going to ask our last cohort of speakers to prepare themselves. Damian Gu, Aliza Nagrati, Michael Gallagher, Molly Flo, Stella Adams, Elizabeth Arant, Ann Rebeck, and Nwandi Nandi Smith.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your attention to this important budget work. My name is Julie Messina, and I serve as a volunteer with the Durham Parks Foundation, and I'd like to ask you for just a half penny. Namely, I would like to ensure that the half penny for Parks and Trails stays at its current rate rather than being reduced. The projects this fund has supported since adoption in 2015, namely Parks and Trails maintenance and improvement, is still very necessary. Our parks still need so much attention. Durham Parks and Recreation continues to receive fewer funds than necessary to maintain parks and trails, much less all the new amenities that Durham Park users need. The Durham Parks Foundation does what it can to fill these gaps, but we can only do so much with the donations we receive as a nonprofit. With recent developments at the federal level temporarily and perhaps permanently halting several Durham Parks and Trails projects in development, the people of this city are already likely to see a slowdown in maintenance and improvements to our shared spaces, very likely disproportionately impacting those in lower income areas. As words like green and equity become forbidden at the federal level, it is people in progressive communities like ours who will feel the greatest impact. We ask as a foundation for no change to this vital source of funding. Keep the half penny. Missing swings, busted lights, and impassable trails would be the legacy of any decrease. Please ensure these free and accessible spaces continue to provide safe and well-maintained recreation for all of Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Eliza Nograti. Thanks so much for staying to listen to all of us. We appreciate it. I've been a resident of Gregson Street for 6.5 years and have seen the street change, meaning less traffic, higher speeds, and more accidents. My husband and I have 2 small kids and a dog, and my daughter will be in pre-K at Watts next year. And we walk often and are so excited to be able to walk her to school next year, but quite honestly, we'll be taking our own lives in our hands. Some of you, including Councilman Rist, has been quite engaged in the issue and walked the site of the school bus accident with members of the NCDOT leadership, and we so appreciate it. And given the opening of the East End Connector and the city's goal of achieving Vision Zero, Duke and Gregson must be redesigned in addition to Mangum and Roxborough. There's been a spate of accidents in just the last few weeks, and frankly, it's horrifying to sit on my porch and watch the speed at which drivers, by the way, including school bus drivers and Go Durham drivers, travel in front of my house. By the way, also a number of them looking at their cell phones while they're traveling at high speeds. So please, please fully fund the state-required design study in the new budget, and please prioritize the construction funds for Duke and Gregson in the capital improvement plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mike Gallagher. I live at 5905 Solitude Way. Durham Parks and Rec is insufficiently funded, as evidenced by the disrepair of the playgrounds and tennis courts. As the city of Medicine, we should increase opportunities to improve overall health for everyone and encourage outdoor activities. An increase to the Parks and Recreation budget could allow for diverse programming activities to encourage more activity on the part of each of our citizens. Hundreds of persons play tennis in Elmira Park, and thousands in parks across Durham. And the number of tennis players continues to grow, both locally and nationally, in this sport, which can be played by persons of all ages from younger to older. Friends of mine and I play tennis at Elmira and have done so for the past 30 years. We're Durham residents. Elmira is in Ward 3, so I'm hoping Councilwoman Cook can support this request. I have folks here with me, Tony Parham, Chris Foster, and Tammy Hood, also folks who are residents and play there at Elmira. The courts at Elmira have been subject to a water problem for years. The courts sit in a bowl, and runoff undermines the courts to such a degree that cracks develop rapidly and water oozes up through them. The courts were resurfaced 7 or 8 years ago, but within a year, the cracks had reappeared. What's needed, in my opinion, is that the courts to be completely torn up so that a proper drainage system can be installed before rebuilding them. The courts provide a gathering place for the tennis community here in Durham. Kids learn a new sport with their parents and coaches. The group you see here tonight gathers on Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, weather permitting. Countless USTA league matches are played there as well. The courts get a lot of use. The city will hopefully will reinvest.
Thank you so much for being with us.
90 minutes?
No, thank you so much for being with us.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Hey.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Molly Flo. I know the budget season involves a lot of hard decisions, and I really appreciate the work that you all do for Durham. I'm here to advocate for safer streets and to ask that we center people over cars in our city. This means saying yes to fare-free buses to encourage more of us to use mass transit and to make it less of a burden on people who rely on buses. It also means redesigning roads that we know are very dangerous to make them safer for all users. I'm asking you to please commit the money needed to fully fund the reconstruction of Roxborough and Mangum to turn them into streets designed around safety rather than speed. The recent fatal crash in that area shows how dangerous the current traffic patterns are. Gregson and Duke Streets also urgently need to be redesigned around safety. I know you're aware of the recent school bus crash in October, and there have been several frightening accidents since then, including cars that were turned over on sidewalks, power knocked out for surrounding blocks. The design of Duke and Gregson streets make them look like wide open one-way speedways, but these streets are regularly used by workers waiting for city buses and by school children walking home from school or from their school bus stops, as well as by dog walkers and drivers. By sheer luck, the recent crashes there have not involved fatalities. I'm asking that you fully fund the design study for Duke and Gregson in the new budget, and that you prioritize construction funds for Duke and Gregson in the capital improvement plan before our luck runs out. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for being with us this evening. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Ann Rebeck. You all have a lot to think about. Thanks for being here so late. And thank you all for being here so late. Well done. I'm grateful tonight to the volunteers of the Action Teams for People's Alliance for deeply understanding the issues about which they advocate. I'm grateful to the membership who voted on the budget issues and to the volunteer board for moving forward with these important budget requests. I hope City Council members have had time to review the PA budget request for fiscal year 26. I'd like to take this moment to lift up 2 items PA included in our budget letters. The down payment assistance program and the guaranteed income are both included in this year's budget. PA strongly encourages the council to track the spending of these allocated funds. In the case of guaranteed income, we advocate for the funding to be continued in fiscal year 26 and to be a permanent part of the budget for the city moving forward. Both of these unspent line items will have a direct impact on the lives of Durham residents right now. We look forward to watching these funds go out to the qualified Durham residents quickly to offer the needed economic support and equity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Stella Adams, and I'm a resident of Durham. I've got a lot of things I got to get on your plate. $5 million to continue the remediation of the 6 parks that had lead contamination. The state government said it takes $10 million. You only allocated $5 million last year. You need to do the other 5 this year as priority number 1. Continued support for eviction diversion programs. Fare-free Durham must have fare-free transit, must get my sidewalks in Bragtown, must get my 15-minute bus route in Bragtown. We need to have Vision Zero to protect lives. We also need to do increase the HEART program to 24/7 because that saves lives. We also need to focus on lighting, sidewalks, and infrastructure that makes communities safer so that we can cut down on environmental things that create the environment for gun violence to take place. You can hide, and we need to build and protect our parks and recreation programs. We need to support workforce development opportunities for our young and our youth. We need to create opportunities for everyone in Durham, and we need to use our budget to build a better Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Arand. I'm a Durham resident. My address is on file. I want to echo pretty much everything that's been said tonight. I really appreciate all the community members who have come out to speak about these needs. I want to add one more voice to the call for funding eviction diversion and rental assistance. It's not a newsflash that Durham has a housing affordability crisis, and it's much easier to keep someone housed than to get someone housing once they become homeless. There's a domino effect where homelessness affects employment, childcare, education, family relationships, health, causing more problems that pile up and make it even harder to find housing. I know multiple homeless parents who are afraid of reaching out for what assistance is available for fear of losing their children, because that does happen. So I want to echo that call. I also want to support fully funding the expansion of the HEART program to be 24/7 throughout the city in Durham, and to put HEART in public schools. HEART is an innovative, progressive, and effective program that fills a gap in community services that's too often otherwise filled by armed law enforcement response. HEART provides real solutions to the unmet physical and mental needs of our community members, and those needs don't go away when the sun sets. In fact, people are often in greater need of support at night with less access to public spaces, increased isolation, greater availability of mood-altering substances. We would never think of having a fire station or paramedic team that only functions during business hours. Community safety should be a priority around the clock. Please take this opportunity to build a better future for Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Nandi Smith. I'm here to encourage you to pour into the heart of Durham by fully funding the Community Safety Department's HEART program that over 2,000 neighbors have signed a petition and 50 businesses have demanded for you all to fund it 24/7 citywide. I invite you to think about coordinating with the county and Durham Public Schools, as many people before me have highlighted the need for HEART to be beyond the city limits and in our schools, and tend into the future generation of Durham. Since 2022, HEART has responded to over 25,000 emergency calls with overwhelmingly positive feedback. And Durham neighbors deserve to have access to it because you can't 24/7 because you can't schedule a crisis. I invite folks online and watching this video to scan this little QR code I have to sign the petition, and I'll hold it up as I speak. We need crisis and care and tend into the needs that are connected to safety in Durham, including but not limited to some of the priorities I heard tonight, including housing, including transportation and livable wages. And so I'm asking you to fully fund HEART in the next budget cycle, but remind you that we need HEART and a commitment to our unhoused population and prevention strategies. We need HEART and continued fare-free Go Durham buses. We need HEART and a livable wage for all Durham city workers, including part-time workers, so they can live in the city that they work in. All of these issues are interconnected and are important for the basic needs of those in Durham and our city of Medicine. So again, I invite you to sign this petition to expand HEARTs so it can be in the range of the city, the county, and Durham Public Schools. You can also go to the link bit.ly/have-a-heart25 to sign the petition and uplift your voice if you can't stay here this late at these very late Monday city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thank all of you. I've exhausted all of the cards that have been given to me for this public hearing. At this time, I'm going to yield back to the mayor.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry it's so late. Toby Lippin, can you hear me? Toby Lippin?
Mr. Mayor, there's no Toby Lippin in the queue.
All right. Chi, are you still online?
Hello.
I see her. I feel like I'm getting in trouble when I talk to Chi.
Good evening, Mayor Williams and City Council members and my beloved Durham residents. My name is Chivo. I, as an individual, appreciate folks already asking for your support of fare-free buses and the expansion of the HEART program. However, tonight I'm here as a board member of Families Moving Forward, a nonprofit dedicated to supporting families experiencing homelessness in Durham. Families experiencing homelessness are increasingly struggling in Durham. Among the few nonprofit organizations in Durham supporting unhoused people, Families Moving Forward provides temporary housing, case management, and essential support services to help families transition to stable, permanent housing. However, the need far outweighs the resources currently available, and we are concerned that resources will be depleted as federal funding continues to be at risk. We are encouraged to see that the council, you all have rated homeless prevention, day shelters, affordable housing loans, as well as holistic measures supporting affordable living as high priority in our budget. And we hope that you continue to consider prioritizing funding eviction diversion, emergency shelter, and long-term housing solutions with wraparound services. And by investing in these critical programs, we can create pathways to permanent housing and self-sufficiency for all families in Durham. And we hope to continue to see Durham's budget reflect our values and its greatest needs, especially ensuring we take care of all of our neighbors. So thank you for your time and support and the hard work that I know you all do in making Durham great.
Thank you, Chi.
Mr. Mayor, there's a Leslie St. Dre. I read her card, but I do see her in queue online.
Leslie, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Leslie. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Leslie St. Dre. I'm a Durham resident and a parent with kids who will attend DPS starting this. So I do want to encourage you, pardon me, to fully fund HEART 24/7 and also urge our county commissioners to fully fund those efforts to expand it countywide and in our schools. On a different note, I'm here as a longtime housing justice organizer with over a decade of experience working with housed and unhoused tenants. So I want to echo the priority of funding deeply affordable permanent housing. The only thing that ends homelessness is a home. And the HEART team knows and faces this truth with the residents they serve every single day. There are proven solutions that we can and must implement now. We can identify and allocate vacant city-owned lots for community-led safe sleeping and safe parking sites. We can increase funding for shelters and ensure women, queer and trans folks and families have safe options within our cities. We can ensure there's staffing and a system in place to transition these residents to actual homes. We can land bank city-owned land for permanently affordable housing. We can increase displacement relief funds, including eviction, low-income mortgage, and tax relief. We need a comprehensive impact study of the currently drafted UDO before a vote for it on how it will drastically and permanently change and displace folks in the heart and soul of the city. We need to pass a social housing bond for community and tenant-controlled or owned permanently affordable homes and shift all the money away from the police and city's homeless sweeps to the aforementioned transition plan that prioritizes safe sleeping, shelter, and ultimately permanently affordable housing. And I just want to note under the Fourth Amendment, taking or trashing personal property when it isn't abandoned is city theft. We must stop that practice. We need to have a heart for all of Durham, provide skilled unarmed services, and prioritize our residents' basic needs.
Thank you, Ms. St. Dre. That's your time. Those are all of the speakers that I have. All of the cards are exhausted over there, correct?
Yep, by my reckoning.
All
By my
right.
reckoning, yes, sir.
Last agenda item. Thank you all to our city workers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our HEART team, and thank you to our officers who are saving the city right now. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. I am going to officially declare this public hearing closed. Not doing it again. And we are officially adjourned. Good night, everyone. 11:56.